It's Monday. It's Monday. And let's see. Monday means there we go. I almost forgot something. Okay, Monday means D&D planning. I have new player. I have a little bit of backstory for him. So I need to kind of plan some stuff out for him. Still waiting on another one of my new players to give me a bit more on the backstory, but that should be coming. And not to say that her story is less important, but I think her story is going to have less of an immediate impact on the game, whereas our new players, yeah. So, I'm gonna be kind of bouncing back and forth. Hello, Gabby. How are you doing today? Guess I should recenter myself. Gonna be kind of bouncing back and forth between looking at my phone and up here and all of that, because I mean, that's where all my information is. Let's zoom in a bit. Okay, so our new... Let me zoom in a little bit more. Oh. Yeah, okay. Right there. Right there should be good. Oh. Did I set that up correctly? Okay, yeah, I did. Kind of. Okay, so let's talk about this new character. We'll just kind of type out everything that we know about him. We know he's male. We know he's a drow. We know that he is a warlock, actually. A great old one. Warlock, which is mostly why I want to tackle his character today. So male drow, great old one warlock. What else? Oh, I had asked him a couple questions. Oh God, we're just kind of jumping into this, aren't we? I guess I'm just like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. No real waiting for folks. Also, I'd like to get something down. So let me look at the text. Okay, so he's what is that called? What's that thing called? Ready to go? Hey, Angry Meatball, how's it going, buddy? What is that? What is that called? What's the thing that the warlocks get? See, now I'm completely blanking on all of this stuff. Pact boon, is it? I don't know. Either way, he took the tome. I think it's the Tome of Secrets, something like that. I'm doing all right, Gabby. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? I was up all night last night because I slept until like 2:30 in the afternoon yesterday after being up till like 5 a.m. the night before. So last night I absolutely tortured myself and I was up until about 6 a.m. and then got up at 8 to get my kids up for school. And then it was just kind of in and out until like noon. It seems like a cycle with no end. What do you mean? You talking about my sleep schedule? No, it'll end when I'm dead. Where is my player's handbook? Oh, friggity fuck! I think it's over there. Oh well. So male drow warlock of Great Old One, Tome of Secrets. I think that's kind of the basic stuff are gotten down. He did say that it was going to be a voluntary pact, but doesn't know who the patron is. What else did he say? He said it like the pact was given in exchange for like three favors or something. I don't think he's quite. Is this a new player? Yes, it is. Gabby, you finished doing a lot of work for your player's handout for future campaign. Nice. I'd love to see the handout one of these days. But yeah, it's a new player. And he's not super, well, when I asked him to give me a little bit of a backstory or something, it took him weeks to get it to me, and then when he got it to me, he was just like, I don't know. So I'm helping him build something. So what we're gonna work on today is kind of that. We might visit a couple other things here or there, but I think we could fill the entire stream with just talk about Great Old Ones. Not necessarily. He named the character Dresden. I don't name my players' characters. I don't create my players' characters. But we can talk about Great Old Ones, not necessarily just who they are, but maybe diving a little bit deeper into what they want, what their goals actually are, that kind of thing, and why these Great Old One warlock pacts happen. And we could talk about my old warlock and kind of discuss stuff like that. Like the background for your campaign, Gabby, is welcome to a post-apocalypse. Welcome to the year 167 post-destruction. Okay. End of the previous era was ended when the gnomes splitter bombs were dropped. Okay. It did this to end their only real superpower that the elves sought to. Okay. So it's gnomes versus elves war. Gnomes went nuclear. They didn't foresee it causing the apocalypse, and they were destroyed in the coming centuries. Okay. Neat. So it's a world without gnomes, a post-apocalyptic fantasy world without gnomes, or at least very, very few gnomes. I would assume the gnomes are in hiding, whatever survived. First 60 years was filled with wild magic, surges, storms, hunger, diseases. Ooh. No one could cast spells. Any spells in many. Oh, okay, okay. What is that? If Geo was here, he would know, because that sounds so very familiar. In the 61st year, spells started working again, but due to the magic of the world being dramatically altered by the many spells had to be tweaked. Okay. Players have to discover spells of 4th level and higher. Ooh, neat, neat. Very neat. Do I know what he's expecting from the game to play D&D? He has no expectations. He literally is just looking for a social situation where he can not be sitting at home doing nothing. To answer your question, Meatball. Okay. Gabby, keeping it going, making time from there. Okay. Very, very good. I like the presentation of a goal just right in the beginning. It was like, hey, here's this thing. In this case, here's this ruined castle. Fix it up. Make it yours. Love it. Love it. That's good. I don't think that's done enough in games. Let's see. Pact. How do I want to write this? I'm gonna say pact rules are unclear. Oh, agreement. Which, honestly, kind of fits. The wizard, Gina at 60. Okay. Goblin Lich, former slave. Wow. She kind of has a cult following, as in she has a religious like order of goblinizers. Her evil sub goal is to oppress humans to make them feel her pain. You'd actually have to really state that she's one of the bad guys. Like, you actually have to do that, because I don't know, somebody, it's weird. It's weird, right? Because normally you wouldn't see somebody who wants to free an enslaved race as being the bad guy unless you were the oppressor. I wouldn't be surprised if your players kind of want to decide with her, Gabby. Hey, J-Ron. How's it going, buddy? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming by. She has depth. Yeah. I can see that. Okay, so some of these things that we've typed up here, as far as this guy's characters or character goes, don't really matter, right? Doesn't matter that he's male. Doesn't matter that he's drow. Kinda doesn't even matter that he's a warlock of a great old one. And I say kinda because the great old one aspect is what I really want to focus on today. Tome of Secrets kinda doesn't matter, but maybe it does. Might be able to use it as like a, I don't know. It could have use, or it should have use to us. Narvaxi is a psychic plant from the Underdark, but got, oh, I love it. Mind Flayer's psychic plants, trying to conquer the surface by taking over. Oh, puppeteering corpses. Oh, interesting. So I guess your plant cordyceps zombie dragon thing, that whole concept is really going to come into play for your campaign, Gabby. Okay. So this is pretty much what I know of Dresden. I don't even know Dresden's last name. I don't know if he has a last name. And I've sent off my little like backstory questionnaire. You want multiple possible BBEG? Okay. What if they all build up to become competing BBEGs, Gabby? Right? Because in a sandbox game like that, everything around the players should be constantly moving. So that's possible. Good. Because boy, if the players start to fail in their goals or they ignore the BBGs, honestly, I would not see your psychic plant getting along with your evil lich at all, considering they both kind of do the same thing. They wouldn't be able to work well together because they're both using corpses but in different manners. I guess they could work together, but I don't know. Two people with ideations of world domination typically aren't looking to be cooperative with each other. Typically. So yeah. I have this questionnaire that I sent off to my new players, and I've given it to all of my players. And it's just something basic. I can click on it and show. But it's just something basic to not necessarily force my players into doing anything. And I tell them when I hand out this questionnaire, I'm like, do not feel that you have to answer every single question, but answer every single question that you want to answer. And what this questionnaire looks like is this. That should be good. So obviously we go over basic information: full name, nicknames or aliases, date of birth, place of birth / hometown, height, weight, eye color, skin color, hair color, style, facial hair color and style, notable markings, or anything that kind of sets them apart, unique features or identifiers, so on and so forth. This is basic information that also includes description stuff, right? Then we go over family and relationships: mother, father, siblings, extended family, a mentor or teacher, friends, acquaintances, perhaps a best friend, some allies, a personal hero maybe. Just basic stuff that they could give me that I could kind of use to bake it into the main story or create a storyline for their character. Personality stuff: what's their favorite color, favorite food, likes and dislikes, so on and so forth. I mean, fears and phobias, which I don't think a lot of people actually go over with their characters, and a lot of people don't include. Some of these things are not just to help make a more believable character, but can also help with roleplay aspects. Obviously, not all characters are gonna be super heroic and immune to fear and so on and so forth, blah blah blah. So these kinds of questions kind of help pull people out of just creating supermen. I don't like supermen in my games. And a fae that wants to take over mortal races to save the humanoid races from themselves if they're Interesting. I would normally consider a Fae, especially an Archfey, to be highly chaotic, to want to control so much of the world. I don't know. I guess it could work. No, it could work. It can work. Yeah, it can work. But yeah, some of these things that people never even, like, they never include in their characters that can really help bring them to life. Likes and dislikes are a big thing. Not everybody's just gonna be like, oh yeah, you know, I deal with everything with a smile, and it's genuinely because my character just likes this stuff. No. And this can be anything from, like, oh, rainy days to potato soup to cheeseburgers to cats, you know, literally anything. What do your characters like? What do they not like? Fears and phobias, personal goals are always good to include. And honestly, I think this one everybody should have. Like, this is one that is pretty much a requirement for character creation, because without a personal goal, do you know what your character's doing other than completing the main objective, if there is one? And again, you know, it all depends on who's railroading the game, right? Is it the DM railroading, or is it the players railroading? Quirks and mannerisms, always great. You know, do they use conjunctions when they speak or not? Are they optimistic, pessimistic, somewhere in the middle? Do they like to be indoors or outdoors? This helps with, like, wilderness, this is all just roleplay stuff, obviously, but it helps when their characters are forced out into the wilderness. How are they actually gonna behave? And this doesn't mean that they're gonna sit there, or it shouldn't mean that, you know, if they're out in the wilderness and they don't like being outdoors, that they're just gonna bitch and moan the entire time. What it should mean is something a little bit deeper. It should mean that, you know, if they don't like being outdoors, maybe they don't have a lot of experience being outdoors. Which means that, are they going to be able to set up a tent correctly or not? Are they going to be able to actually find out where a good camping space is or not? As they're, you know, it kind of relates to their survival skill, I guess. And as far as roleplay goes, can kind of help determine how well your character is at role-playing survival. Overused phrases or catchphrases, we all know those. We've all heard them. We've heard people say them. People that say like all the time, or at least they used to. We've got Paris Hilton with "That's hot." Fuck me with fuck. There's all sorts of people out there with different catchphrases and whatnot. Bad habits, vices, pet peeves. All good things to kind of include. History for the characters, previous jobs, careers, associated organizations, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. Special talents, which may come from the history. All good things. Let's see, Gabby. So your lich is overzealous. She's chaotic, but she wants to capture them. Oh, the Fae wants to capture them, make them enjoy the Feywild. Fae wants them from just okay. Okay, so she's trying to be a peacekeeper by force. Hey, Darkness. Just submitted a final, woke up 7 hours ago and started at 6 hours ago. Wow. Well, bravo, Darkness. Bravo. I'm proud of you. Take a break. And then, you know, last thing, interactions. This stuff can kind of, again, it's all roleplay stuff. And I'm kind of waiting to see if my new players actually complete any of this, because this really helps. Again, it just helps with roleplay, and it also helps me figure out stuff. You're here for your break, Dogness. Well, welcome. I'm glad you picked me for your break entertainment. Meeple says, come do more homework with us. Pretty much what we're doing. Although, hopefully, this is fun homework, right? So, interactions from how do they view politics to what's the worst thing they've ever done, what's the best thing they've ever done, and obviously, this is all stuff that, you know, the character views as being the worst and best thing they've ever done. What do they like most about themselves, least about themselves? Just lots of different things to help build the character. And again, I told my players when I gave these handed these questionnaires out, I told them, I was like, do not feel obligated to fill out everything. Only fill out what you want, because in reality, everybody has this stuff filled out, but it's also a game, and I don't want to be like, no, homework, do your fucking homework. I don't want to push that on them and push it too hard. But there's the questionnaire essentially that I've given to all my players, including my new ones. I'm waiting for this guy to actually complete the questionnaire. If he does. I gave it to his wife, who's the other new player, and I haven't heard from her about completing it, but yeah, fingers crossed. So what we do know from Dresden that he's given us, or what we do know from Dresden's player that he's given us, is pretty much just this right here. And normally I know people would look at this and go, well, there's nothing here. There's absolutely nothing here. And you know what? They'd be right. But there's enough here for me to be able to start creating something. Mostly because of the inclusion of the fact that his character does not know who the patron is. That gives us a lot of flexibility. And I'm actually happier with that. Gabby. Okay. You've got fibrous mushroom-like things. They have poor vision in daylight. They sound like myconoids, Gabby. They have a variety of looks, looking wildly different from each, as they resemble a variety of mushrooms. Sure. It's a race. Yeah, it sounds like myconids. I mean, technically, keep in mind, you know, bugbear is a race, orc is a race, troll is a race. Yeah, Dogness. Specifically for a great old one warlock, I love the idea of not knowing who the patron is. And welcome, Cornflex. How's it going, buddy? Thanks for showing up. So I really like the idea of not knowing who your patron is when you're a great old one warlock. And I can kind of talk about my warlock that I played. Ooh, where do I start? I guess I'll start with his name. My warlock was Mad. That was his name. His name was Mad. You doing good? I'm glad to hear it, Cornflex. I'm doing all right. I'm a little sleep deprived, but I'm gonna hopefully fix that tonight, as long as Shiz doesn't keep me nuzlocking for too long. Which God knows anything could happen at that point. So yeah, I want to talk about my warlock, because I played a great old one warlock. His name was Mad because he was crazy and pretty much lost. It was an amnesia character because I was feeling lazy, but I also put some work into playing an amnesia character. So great old one warlock. His name was Mad because it was kind of a joke just for me when I made the character, because I didn't know what to name him. But I was like, well, I want him to be, kind of crazy, and crazy because he's been touched by an old, a great old one. Great that I plan on sleeping earlier tonight. I hope so, Cornflakes. At least earlier than 6 a.m., which is what I did last night. Yeah, so named him Mad because he's slightly crazy, and one of the very first things he heard from anybody was, "Are you mad?" Because he's crazy. So they asked him. You hope you'll still catch the Soul Link in the morning, or you'll just watch the VOD. Fair enough, Cornflakes. I hope you make it. Because Shiz and I should be making a lot of progress tonight. Either that or we die. So, should be good either way. But yeah, so, named Mad because he's crazy, and one of the first things somebody said to him after losing his memory of everything was, "Are you mad?" And he took that as, implying that somebody thought that his name was Mad. So he adopted it. As for his patron, and he was a tome warlock too. I went spells with him, as much as I could. He was a tome warlock, which I actually created a prop. I made a book, and I scribbled all over in it with different different symbols and writings and shit like that, just like scribblings of a madman, all over in different places, and it was fun. It was great. I still have that book. It's actually right back there. But the great old one part, I didn't go with Cthulhu or any of the other. I cannot remember the guy's name, the author. I know who I'm talking about, but I can't remember his name right now because I'm just terrible with names. H.P. Lovecraft. There we go. I didn't go with any of the Lovecraftian shit, right? I decided to go with something that I have had personal experience with. And this probably sounds weird to say that I had personal experience with a great old one. And I'm not talking about in game. As a kid, here's a fun fact. As a kid, I suffered from night terrors, which is something that H.P. Lovecraft suffered from as well, and is where he got all of his ideas for his writing, right? He pulled so much inspiration from his night terrors. And if you don't know what a night terror is, it's essentially, it's a waking nightmare. It's absolutely terrifying because it's your brain going haywire, and it's a bit of a mix of being semi-conscious while having a nightmare and sleepwalking all at the same time, and can get people in all sorts of trouble. My parents had to have special alarms on the doors to make sure that I didn't go outside during them, because I had once. And the last thing you need is somebody who's having a night terror running out into the street. So I had night terrors as a kid, and learning that H.P. Lovecraft had night terrors as well, and drew inspiration from those, gave me the idea. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do what he did, and I created a an elder god, a great old one based off of one of my reoccurring night terrors. And hello, Total Sapphic Panic. I reminded you have very little time to prep an opening adventure for a 1-to-1 TTRPG. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad I could remind you. And if you need any help, you need to bounce ideas, this is the right place to do it. Because we've got wonderful folks in chat that like to share their constructive criticism, as well as throwing out ideas. And if you have any questions about anything, need ideas for anything, please feel free to ask. I've got a ton of stuff that I'm more than happy to share. You kind of doubt I know the setting. That's okay. That's okay. That's all right. And if you join our Discord, we've got lots of folks in there that talk about their homebrew D&D stuff as well, and not just homebrew, but other stuff. If you hum a few bars, we can fake it. But yeah, so I created my own elder god, and essentially used that as the great old one that my warlock Mad had an encounter with, and that's what caused his amnesia. That's what gave him his power. It wasn't necessarily a one of those things where it's like, oh hey, I'm reaching out to you because I need you to do something. It was very much an accidental touch. An accidental colliding of minds within the void between planes or whatever. Wherever the elder gods are. Lurk away, J-Ron. I appreciate it. You don't know what he's talking about. None of us have even. It's set in the Warhammer fantasy setting. Okay. I know. I will admit I don't know a whole lot. I don't know a whole lot about the Warhammer fantasy setting. Shit, I don't know a whole lot about the 40k setting either. But if there's anything that we can help with, we're more than happy to do so. Her name is Jolene, was once a hunter that got kidnapped. Okay. Very great old one. Okay. Sounds like a cool character concept, Gabby. At least you know there's a difference. I do. Because and the only reason I know there's a difference is because my friends are trying to get me into playing 40k, and years and years and years ago, when there was a Warhammer MMO, Age of Sigmar, I played that for like a month. So I know there's a difference between fantasy Warhammer and then 40k Warhammer. Oh, and I've also played Vermintide, so I know that Warhammer isn't just specifically one setting, it's a couple things. But yeah, so I made a great old one. That melding of minds is what essentially wiped out my warlock's mind, gave him that amnesia. He didn't remember shit. I had nothing planned for his backstory. I didn't want anything planned for his backstory. I wanted it to be a completely blank slate. But because there was no like real agreement, it was more like, and it was very much more accidental. There was no request, right? with a lot of warlock pacts, especially like the Fae or the Fiend, you're gonna see requests between the patron and the warlock. Great Old Ones, I don't think there has to be, like, there doesn't have to be any requests. You don't have to be doing a job for your patron with the Great Old Ones, which is what I love. Because you can play it off as just an accidental thing, and now you're just connected to this being that's beyond your abilities to conceptualize. And because of that, you're able to cast Eldritch Blast. That's another setting again. Warhammer Age of Sigmar, set after the end times of Warhammer Fantasy. Oh yeah, see, I know enough to know not to assume anything. But yeah, so Great Old Ones. I love this one. They're not the absolute best as far as like if you want to be a min-maxing DPR machine. They're not the best, but when it comes to the roleplay, I think they're one of the better ones. Vermintide is a decent introduction to the setting. Okay, good. You just tapped into a weird power source that might not even know exists. Exactly. Love goof for flavor. Yes, exactly. That is exactly what I'm talking about, Dogness. Why would one of these elder gods, why would one of these great old ones be actually interested in one tiny insignificant creature? Why would they? It's like, I can't remember exactly what it is, but I've seen a post. I can't remember if it was anti-religion or something, or it was explaining prayers, something, I don't know. But essentially, it compared humans and elder gods to ants and humans, right? We are not aware of ants' existence until they become an issue for us, right? Otherwise, we stomp all over their world without a care. We don't know where they are. We don't care where they are. Why would we ever, using this example, why would we ever lean down and pick out one specific ant? We wouldn't, right? More often than not, they can't achieve anything that we can't, right? So, Great Old One Warlocks being just accidental packs make the most sense to me. However, what if it's not accidental? What if it is, obviously he mentions it's a voluntary pact. Whether it's him voluntarily giving into the madness or, whatever, the darkness, whatever the hell this elder god has, it could be him voluntarily giving into that. Because maybe there was a threat of just straight up being destroyed, not consciously, maybe not consciously by the Great Old One, but just kind of accidentally by somehow perceiving it. So that could be one explanation for the voluntary pact. But what if the Great Old One did reach out? You're like an ant eating a crumb from under the counter. They just clean up the scraps, which is great food. They don't understand harvesting wheat and milling bread anymore. Yeah, exactly, Dogness. I'm using real-world logic in the ant analogy. Once magic comes into the mix, there are all kinds of uses you can think of. Meatball. One thing I gotta say Two things I gotta say. This is gonna be there's 2 points to be made here. One, magic. In a world with magic allows you to do anything you want. So you're right, magic muddles things up. However, point two, the only thing all magic is unexplained science. That's all it is. That's all it is. Because you can look at somebody reading a magic scroll and it goes, it creates a fireball, and you go, well, obviously a piece of paper could never create a fireball that causes a massive explosion, right? Right? That's magic, right? Or is it just science that we don't understand? One of my favorite things is I'm gonna reference Doctor Who now. One of my favorite Doctor Who episodes is the David Tennant episode where they go back to the Globe Theater with Shakespeare, and they encounter I don't remember what they are, but they're the bird witches, right? They're the bird witches. They don't interact with existence in the same way that we do, because obviously they're able to use their voices and sound to manipulate reality, whereas for humans, more often than not, our manipulating reality is either with brute force physically, which is not efficient, or we use real world magic and we call it math. How many other usually when we're trying to figure something out, more often than not, it comes down to math. It comes down to numbers. It comes down to addition, subtraction, multiplication. Usually, if we're trying to manipulate things, we end up using math. That is our tool for fucking with the universe. There's nothing that says that every race, every culture, every civilization that may be out there in the universe uses math. Maybe they have found other ways to interact with the universe around themselves. So magic is just science that we don't understand, but you can't do anything with magic, so it gets a little muddled. If you could bestow human mental acuity onto an ant and have it do your bidding, there are plenty of reasons you would pick out an ant to be your ant. Sure. It sounds like you just came full circle to how they linked. The entity does not need to reach out, and there doesn't need to be a job done for them. So, but what if they did? Exactly. We're gonna kind of fuck with this idea, right? And it's gonna get very, very messy, and I love it. Dogness, do you like the idea of a pact with a goo, like a person using a pet or gardening? Ooh, yeah, exactly. And that's definitely one angle that we can look at it from. Real people do study insects and bacteria and stuff. You're fine with goo taking an interest in insignificant little humans. Right. But have you ever made a deal with an ant and tried to get it to enact your will on its surroundings? But there's lots of stuff like this ant analogy. It goes a lot deeper, and I'll go a lot deeper with it. Anything that requires exploring spaces too small for a human, for example. Exactly. Fixing machinery that can't be reached by humans' hands. Yeah, exactly. So this is why this ant analogy goes a lot deeper than it may initially sound. So you can give an ant food or paying to direct it to do what you want. You absolutely can. You absolutely can. And I don't want to talk about how you motivate an ant right away. I want to talk about what you would need an ant to do. Right? There's no reason to believe that there aren't regions or objects in our physical space that an old god cannot interact with, but that they would have interest in. Yeah. So here's let's hear your dilemma, Sapphic Panic. You have a very simple plot for this session. You're going to need to bulk it out to give it some meat and make it last longer than 1 hour. Okay. A fun thing that I've learned, and this can vary depending on the party, depending on the players, and I don't know if these are players that you've played with before, or if they're just brand new. It's a pug group from, everybody reached out online, or it's all going to be on Roll20 and you guys have never actually met, never played a game. I don't know, but if you know the party, generally you can kind of guesstimate how long it's going to take. When I plan out my sessions, I'll plan out all this stuff that I think, oh yeah, this will all fit into one session. Then typically for my players, it takes them 2 or 3 to get through all of that content. So just keep that in mind. So you've got one player, to be clear. Oh yes. That's right. You said one-on-one campaign. The campaign is specifically made for his character. Okay. So what is the simple plot? What is the plot of this session? Half the reason to give combats is to stretch out a session. Yeah, that's true. Combats stretch out a session way longer than they normally would. Or than you'd normally think, is what I mean to say. So, I'm gonna type this out. Uses for an ant. Uses for an ant. I'm arguing the semantics about magic versus science, but that's not the issue. The fact that within the world of the game, magic is science means the argument is moot. Sure, because the old gods have access to whatever magic or science beyond us. To make a pact with humans is bad. You're arguing that they would absolutely do it on purpose. Meatball. Yeah, I think this works. Meatball. Do you know anybody with a small child, say 2 or 3 years old? Old enough to walk, old enough to talk a bit, but still generally just a baby. Stop being angry about the specific. No. It's fine. Not anymore. No. Okay. Well, Meatball, let's assume that you do. Let's assume that you yourself have a small 2 or 3 year old child. Would you have your child do your calculus homework for you? What are you doing? Fucking cat. Hold on. Oh, okay. It's nothing of mine. So, would you have a 2 or 3 year old child do your calculus homework? Or if that's a little too extreme for you, would you have your 2 or 3 year old child do the dishes for you? If you're capable of doing your own calculus homework, no. Sure, exactly. Right? Because you have far, far, far more knowledge than this child, right? You have far more knowledge, you're far more capable. Generally, wouldn't you imagine that that is how one of these elder gods would look at any humanoid race? These elder gods that, you know, as far as I like to imagine them, are, you know, they surpass 3 dimensions. They exist beyond that, right? And they're aware of higher dimensions. They live within higher dimensions. Why would you have somebody with less knowledge and less capability do something that you could just do yourself, when it's so trivial to you, right? So it should not be expected that great old ones need people to worship them, or need people to give things to them, or even need people to do things for them. Because when it comes down to it, they are extremely powerful. They have extreme amounts of knowledge, or at least they should. Although you could create a great old one that is literally a giant toddler. I guess it just depends on your great old one, doesn't it? It's not kind of like the idea of a giant toddler great old one. But that is assuming that I, as the parent, can do the exact same things that my child can do. A CEO doesn't work in every store, even though they can go into any. True. Very true, Dogness. And that's a great point. That's a great point. Because that is one benefit to having warlocks. we'll just start saying this as plainly as possible. That is one benefit to being a great old one that has warlocks, is you get eyes and hands and mouths all over the place, right? So let's type that out. Influential reach. Eyes, ears, mouth, hands. There. So that's perfect. That's great. That is exactly the kind of thing that I wanna make sure we're not overlooking. A toddler goo is exactly the opposite from an elder god. Is it? Is it though? Is it though? And I say is it because there is an actual written, published module by Wizards of the Coast. I don't remember which one it is, but it has an aboleth in it. Baby does not equal elder. Oh my god. No, I didn't mean like an actual toddler elder god. I meant like an elder god that maybe had the same cognitive abilities as a toddler. It would be a very much a like a giant hulking baby kind of situation where they have immense power, they have incredible abilities, but maybe they aren't fully in control of it all, and they very likely do not care. And maybe occasionally they just throw fits and destroy things because it's what they want to do. And there's no thought for this toddler great old one beyond, I'm hungry, I don't like this. Maybe that's all it is. Okay, Sapphic. So he's an outlaw / highway robber with knightly roots. Okay. He's going to hit the mother lode with people coming Yeah, he's gonna hit the motherlode with people coming a lot more frequently than usual down a road, and eventually he'll realize they're refugees fleeing a city under attack by greenskins. Knowing this player and his character, he's going to want to join the fight, especially when he realizes they have dragon-like wyvern. Okay, you have a couple beats you want to hit. Okay. At one point, he's backed up against a tree by greenskins, and he pulls a cavalry hammer from a stone. There should be another part where, after the battle, he finds an abandoned mule of unusual size. Ah, yes, the moose. Hello, RT Gamer Gal. How are you doing today? That is bread of fine Bretonian warhorse stock and a donkey. Okay. I'm glad you're doing good, Gamer Gal. I'm doing all right. I'm tired, but that's because my sleep schedule's all out of whack. Interesting, Sapphic. So you're planning. Hold on. So the one part, everything sounded great right up until the pulling a hammer from a stone while he's backed up against a tree. So is he gonna get backed up against a tree and then just kind of look to his side and see a hammer in a stone, and then he should just know to grab it and start swinging? That's... I feel like that could be planned out a little better to make sure that you're not taking agency away from the players. That way you're not making decisions for the player characters. Because forcing a player's character to do something isn't always recommended. Pretty much, you mean it's a weapon he can use. He has a relevant... Okay. Imagine the relationship more like this. The old god is a parent who has access to cameras and microphones. He has all the data on the room the children's did. Okay. But is locked out of the room the child is in. They can communicate with the child through a Zoom call, giving the child instructions through a script. Parent might want something that's inside of the room. Okay, cool. So this is perfect. This is perfect, Meatball. What is keeping the Great Old One out of the plane? What is keeping the Great Old One from entering this realm of existence? What is it? What is it? What are we working on today, Gamer Gal? We are working on we're fucking with Great Old Ones today. Actually, we are we're working on some backstory stuff for my newest player. He wanted to play a Great Old One Warlock, and he doesn't have a whole lot for his backstory. And I've asked him some questions, and he's given me some stuff. But essentially, this is kind of what it has boiled down to. Cue the song "I Fuck Cthulhu." So we're kind of building on. He said he doesn't know who the patron is, which means we can kind of go nuts with the Great Old One part. And the pact rules or agreement are kind of unclear, although it's a voluntary pact. Whether that's voluntary both ways or voluntary one way, or however that works, we'll ideally figure that out. But yeah, we're kind of going over Great Old Ones, why they are a warlock patron, and all of that. But yeah, so Meatball, what is keeping these Great Old Ones out of existence? What has them locked? What has the parrot locked out of the room? I'm not saying this is bad. I really like this, because this is gonna help. This is one more brick. This is one more brick. One more step closer to the end goal. Pretty much, you mean it's a weapon he can use. It's a superior weapon. You're putting him in a pinch. So are you gonna be taking his regular weapons away from him, Sapphic? And Dogness, it sounds like an old person working with IT. The IT has all the powers, but the access... yeah, Yeah, that is painful to read because it is so true. It is 100% true, Dogness. I've been there. I've worked IT and I had to coach 60-year-old men and women through doing stuff on their computers just so I could get access to their computers. And when it takes 20 minutes to have them enter in a website that I linked to them, it's painful. The nature of the entity, physicality. Okay. So what do you mean by the nature? By physicality, I'm assuming that maybe their actual physical body is, well, I don't know. Is it just too large for existence? Is it something that cannot exist? Is it a physicality that doesn't conform to typical laws of nature, so upon merging onto a plane of existence it gets ripped apart or something? Or can the goo be just the oldest baby god or something? Reality warping tantrums and cravings for oceans of milk? Oh god. Let's see, https/ yes, exactly, Dogness. And I love that. I love the elder baby god. I love that idea. The lore of old gods is that they live in more dimensions than we do. What keeps us from being tied to 3 dimensions? That's a good question. That's a good question. And we could definitely dive into that. Sapphic, no, but you mean by putting him in an unfair fight, the superior weapon will shift the balance. Is there, from memory, he has a dagger and a hand weapon, which are very, very readily available, basic civilian weapons. Okay. So is I'm gonna assume then that this hammer is going to be it's going to be very obvious that this is a great weapon of power that he should be grabbing. Maybe it's not the legendary sword of Excalibur, but it's better than what he has. So it should be apparent to him, right? Essentially, our world would run into one huge render. Okay, so let's talk dimensions. And this is amazingly still on track for the conversation. Meatball brought up dimensions. There's the thing. Meatball is right. We do live within the 3rd dimension. Technically, some might say we live in the 4th. It depends on what you say the 4th dimension is. But pretty much everybody would agree we're 3rd dimensional creatures. Because we're 3rd dimensional creatures, we're able to look down through the other dimensions. So we're able to perceive 2-dimensional objects. We're able to perceive 1-dimensional objects. As odd as that idea might be, we can understand it, right? We know what a 1-dimensional object is. It's a line. It's either length or width or height. Doesn't matter which one. It's only one. And then whatever the other 2 dimensions are on that, completely lacking. So technically, as the 3rd dimensional creature, or as anything not 1-dimensional, we probably can't see. No. First dimension's gross. I don't want to talk about first dimension because I could go on for ages about that. Either way, we're able to understand that. Same with the 2nd dimension, right? After that, and 3rd dimension obviously comes natural to us because it's what we live within. However, a creature that lives within the 2nd dimension typically isn't going to be able to, You've got to go see a friend. Hey, thanks for the follow, Sapphic. And I hope I see you again next time. A second dimensional creature usually is not... No, a second dimensional creature is not going to be able to perceive a third dimension. Okay? And usually that third dimension is just depth, right? Second dimensional creature, from their viewpoint, is going to look at the world, and the world is going to seem completely flat. There's going to be no dimension. There will be width, there will be height. That's it. No depth whatsoever. And if you have trouble with that concept, usually those magic eye puzzles can help you figure that one out. But as three-dimensional creatures, we can very easily understand and perceive the second dimension and the first dimension. Fourth dimension, which I believe is time, we live within. We understand that we're affected by it, but no, sorry, we don't live with it. We understand that we're affected by it, but we can't see that fourth dimension. We don't truly perceive that fourth dimension. Because what happens if you are able to perceive that one dimension, creatures, objects, various things within the fourth dimension no longer become stationary, but they become elongated snakes. Because then you're able to see every point within the past and the future, whichever way you look, and whichever way is whatever way. So if it's a creature that lives within the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth dimension, doesn't matter, higher dimensions, and they're able to perceive and understand those dimensions, that doesn't necessarily mean that they can't exist within lower dimensions. And maybe that's typically why insanity is usually associated with these elder gods, is because you get a glimpse through their eyes at what reality is. You get a better glimpse at what reality is through their eyes, right? Because then you're able to see the actual running of time. And yeah. I just see Cornflakes scene, it's breaking my mind. Elder God's power has an overflow error when coming into our reality. That's why they can't enter. Or if you subscribe to string theory, we are 10th dimensional strings vibrating, which cause reality. Now that's an Elder God. Yeah. Meatball, the way I've always run them, which has been rare. Sure. Elder Gods exist in at least 5 dimensions. Sure. Reading multiple possible timelines at once. Sure. Trying to force them into our three spatial dimensions are too restricting for an entity that isn't meant to exist there. Okay. What about an elder god from Flatland that perceives our universe? They could live on scrolls and walls and stuff. Sure. Sure. I mean, honestly, we're talking about creatures that could literally probably just do anything they wanted, right? The thing about dimensions that has me puzzled is third dimension can be compiled into second dimension, which is still making somewhat sense, missing depth, but whatever. But four-dimensional cubes, for example, don't really make sense. We just can't understand them. It's breaking. Oh, so it's because the first 3 dimensions are properties of physical space, right? But as soon as you go past the 3rd dimension, you're no longer talking about properties of physical space. You're talking about more, to us, more abstract concepts like time what the fuck is that called? It's related to multiversal theory, where time branches off to create new realities depending on different decisions made throughout time, because it's like the choice to come watch the stream. If you believe in those higher dimensions, and you believe that every single decision creates a new universe, or there's already existing a universe out there where you've made an opposite decision, you're talking about there being two different universes, where in one universe, this universe, you came to watch me, and then in another universe you said, no, not today, and you went and did something else, right? And then depending on what you did, that created many more branches, because if you've got more options and you decide to go with one, but you had 5 options, then there's 4 other universes branching off, and then there's, you know, different stuff, and it's all very, very messy and complicated as you go higher up. It's also part of the reason why there's not exactly a largely accepted number for how many dimensions there actually are, because I think some people theorize that there's only like 11 or 12 dimensions, but then some people say there's like 23 or 25, something like that. It's a whole lot. What if you watching me is a fixed point in time? The only way that would be possible is if there is no multiversal, or if there is no multiverse. If it's a fixed point in time, it's predetermined. So there is no multiverse. Or it's the start of everything. It's called a tesseract, and our brains are not evolved to understand it. Yeah, if you take Calc 3, you can think of it as just another... Yeah. Am I talking about the many worlds interpretation? I guess that's what you could call it. But anyway, it's far beyond what we're actually meant to be talking about. But we got onto the topic of elder gods, these great old ones, existing in dimensions that are higher than our own. Does that mean that they are physically different? I wouldn't imagine so. We've taken 3D, we've taken third dimensional objects, people, and we've made them into two-dimensional renders, right? We've literally painted people and taken pictures of people. So it's not too hard to actually understand. And maybe that's... I guess this is probably a lot easier for people to understand if they have less of a concept of depth. Like, people that look at a picture and they aren't actually able to see the depth, they just see a flat image. Those folks, their brains would be wired to better understand this kind of falling down through the dimensions kind of thing. There can be an infinite amount of different realities without all possibilities occurring. A fixed thing that can happen in an infinite amount of universes in a different way, like how you can have an infinite number of numbers without a 3 in them. Okay. Okay. How do I respond to that? I guess in one universe that would be true. And they say there's an infinite amount of universes, right? Under this theory that there's an infinite amount of universes for the fixed point in time comment. Oh. They say there's an infinite amount of universes out there, but technically it's not infinite, right? It wouldn't be fully infinite. There would have to be an end somewhere. A 5D Elder God might ask patrons to do things that seem to us entirely random. Go to this town, steal a shoe from a man, and plant it in another man's house. Exactly. Oh, okay. So I love this, Meatball. I love this already. Go to this forest and kill 19 squirrels. The Elder God has some sort of grand plan, and each seemingly random steps starts impossibly long chains. Exactly. Exactly. The two men with the shoe started an argument over theft, which leads to generations of familial argument and over hundreds. Yes, exactly. So this is perfect, because these elder gods live within higher dimensions. These are creatures that, one, they can exist within three-dimensional worlds. They can do this, right? And we're gonna use the ant. We're gonna use the ant analogy. So they can do all of these great and grand things, but if we had the ability to call out a singular ant, and have them go and do tiny, minute work throughout our house to prevent us from crawling around in the dirt and dirtying ourselves with menial tasks, we would absolutely do it, right? So this is what the Elder Gods want. They want us to do tiny bullshit things that we don't fully understand. Like, if I could control an ant to go into my electronics and rewire stuff, this ant is gonna have no idea what the fuck it's doing. It's just gonna know that, oh, I cut into this thing and then I made it touch this other thing, and then all of a sudden everything lit up and got really hot. It would be insane. It would be insane for this ant. So it would actually be exactly like that for us and Elder Gods. But because we understand the full impact of what we're having the ants do, the Elder Gods would understand the full impact of what they're having us do, which means they would have to exist at least within the fourth dimension and be able to perceive the fourth dimension, which means seeing through time. To what benefit? Or malefit? We couldn't know. Are they doing these things to ensure that existence continues on? Are they doing these things to ensure that they get fed? What their actual goal is, we couldn't know. But we're definitely gonna come up with one, right? Many Worlds postulates that every outcome of every could be true, making different universes, but that is only one idea for the multiverse. Fair. There are others that say only set things can have different outcomes. Is one thing we have no way of experimenting. Sure. And who's to say what a set, just, what a fixed point in time is? Who's to say what set decisions are? Or the squirrels dying off just enough to destabilize the local ecosystem, just enough that some species die off but not others. 75% of the venomous snakes in the area die off as well, ensuring that a young woman who would have died of a snake bite at 12 will instead live well into her 80s and do important things. Exactly. Meatball, that's perfect. That is exactly what we're talking about. And Val, long time no see. How you doing? Welcome. Every rogue has an edgy backstory, but it's never an accident that's their fault. Where's the rogue that confused poison hemlock for a carrot and now is suspicious of herbs and spices gathered by the party druid? So, that's a good question, Val. And Something that I came to realize, and it was definitely not on my own. It's good for characters to have edgy backstories. It's good to have characters that have edgy backstories because more often than not, happy people don't go adventuring. So an edgy backstory is fine. Edgy backstory is fine. Motivation can be different. Motivation can absolutely be different. Motivation could be money, fame, power, anything like that. But stop hating on people with edgy backstories, because would the happy, content father of two, still married to his high school sweetheart, really just randomly decide to run off and fight a terrible lich halfway across the world? Probably not. Highly unlikely. If it were closer, sure, maybe. But then why wouldn't he just try to get his family out and run away with them? Different stuff. Edgy backstories make it easier for a character to get into the actual goal of the game. A goo could be treating you like an energy source, giving you some initial power to harvest your power later on. Like a farmer using fertilizer and planting seeds of power. Ooh, okay. Ooh. Oh. Oh. I like that. We'll say power cultivation. I'm gonna do power or magic cultivation, because I like that. That's a good one, Dogness. Happy backstory that's bored of life and now regrets becoming an adventurer. Happy backstory that got drafted into war as an adventurer. Sure. But I'm saying edgy backstories aren't bad. They just make it easier to get a character into the adventure. Well, Honey, I'm gonna head off to work. Can you hand me my lockpicks and +2 dagger that you're using it? Oh, that's funny. I like that. I like that, Dogness. Oh, that's good. That's good stuff. Okay. So, how do I do the one? It's a +2 to deliciousness. Love it. Meatball, how would I say that idea of a great old one needing a warlock to do things that the warlock doesn't understand that result in greater effects that would never actually be perceived by said warlock. Or maybe they would be perceived. Ooh. A dagger that flavors whatever it cuts. The GMO dagger. Engineers for Grandmaster. Yes, love it. Love it. Perfect. Absolutely amazing. Dagger absorbs that which makes it stronger. It now injects butter straight into the target's face. Oh no. The butter knife. A butterfly effect. Also a butterfly themed goo. Could be an interesting change of pace. Yeah, honestly, like, great old ones could be literally anything. Because we all know Cthulhu, great winged god of tentacle face, creator of all hentai. There's actually, and you know what? I think I was wrong when I said that. I was wrong. I was wrong. I said earlier that my warlock that I played, his great old one patron was one that I had come up with that H.P. Lovecraft hadn't written about, right? That's not entirely true. And this can be an entire discussion for like a later stream. I don't want to get super into it right now. But that's not entirely true because as a young child, I had no idea who H.P. Lovecraft was. I had no idea about any of his works, anything like that. But as I said, he drew a lot of inspiration from the night terrors that he had. And as a child, I too had night terrors. The great old one that I created from reoccurring night terrors was essentially a giant mass, spherical in nature, but it was essentially a giant mass of faces, limbs, and emotion. If extreme emotions were to have a physical form, that's what this thing would be. And I'm not talking about happiness. I'm saying Lovecraft is a horrible person who made an interesting universe. Sure. But it was a constantly, like, slow and fast all at the same time, constantly changing, but always kind of spherical, bursting out at various places of faces in pain and agony and anger and rage, and arms and limbs being thrown out all over the place. And it was just this mass, which is absolutely terrifying to see floating in the middle of your room. That when you're like 9 or 10 years old and you see this thing multiple nights a week floating in your room, something that seems to be somehow both small enough to fit within your room, but then also impossibly large. And I believe that Lovecraft had written about something similar. And I don't remember what its name is. That's it. That's all I'll really talk about. Because we can certainly go into the we can go deeper into that and try to figure out how the hell two different people across time and space would be seeing the exact same thing in their night terrors. But and whether or not those things actually exist, which is a horrifying thought. But yeah, we can talk about that later. But yeah, I don't think that's something that is. I'm fairly certain that's definitely not unique to me. That it was created elsewhere. But we absolutely could create other elder gods. We could create literally anything. So a butterfly themed great old one is 100% possible. In fact, couldn't it be Mothra? Couldn't it be a Mothra-like entity? Sorry for the off topic, took a time to write. That's fine, Cornflakes, it's fine. And actually, let me read it. Your most favorite backstory to a character starting an adventure that you came up with was an innkeeper running his inn with his wife. One day when he wasn't working, the inn got robbed and his wife got killed. Okay, he then started an adventure to find the murderer of his wife, then joined a group of adventurers. Sure, that sounds kind of edgy. Not to make fun of it, but that sounds kind of edgy, right? My wife died and I'm hunting down the man that killed her. You thought a butter knife was a knife made of butter? It is now, Meatball. Like how the CIA used a dart made of ice and frozen seafood toxin so it would give the victim a heart attack with that. Yeah. Great young one, just born 5 minutes from now, and you're stopping Cthulhu from witnessing his daughter's first breath. Yo, Val, the great young one, a fifth dimensional being. Wouldn't that be something that always was and always will be? Wouldn't that be something that always was and always will be? I don't know, because that's where my brain starts to break, is trying to perceive the passage of time. And how do things that aren't, how do things that don't exist yet appear within the fourth dimension if you're looking into the past? Are they just not there? Or are the building blocks to create them there, but they don't come together until the point where they're actually born or conceived or created? Or how the fuck does that work? Lovecraft is a horrible person who made it, yeah. All the new Elder Gods come from Junji Ito books? I probably butchered that. Could be a triple point. Being inspiration of a goo. Freezing, boiling, evaporating, sublimating all at once. Ooh, yeah. What about a goo using its power to create itself before it exists? See, this is shit that doesn't make any fucking sense, right? Right? This doesn't make any sense. How could something that doesn't exist create itself? But once you start stepping into higher dimensions, it's like, okay, well, maybe it is possible, but we don't know how. Always was and always will be, once and future king Arthur Pendragon as an Eldritch being. Sure, why not? Val, it's perpetually 5 minutes away from being born. Oh, so it's always in the future. It's always out of its grasp. That means that there's something preventing it from getting any closer. Shit that doesn't exist because it will... Because it will and its powers exist outside time. Very goo. Yeah. Oh. Okay. So I think we're still kind of talking about engineers for grand machinations. Which, thank you, Meatball, for those words. I lose words sometimes. Do we have any other uses for an ant? Do we have any other uses for an ant? So I do. I appreciate it, Meatball. I really do. I don't know. I'm starting to fall short on ideas for uses for an ant. Because we have the larger reach, essentially. Eyes, ears, mouth, hands. Because maybe these, and actually it makes more sense that these elder gods wouldn't be omnipotent and omniscient. They simply just are, but they exist within a higher dimension, so some people would assume that they are when they aren't. Because it's like knowing the future. It's like knowing the future, but you only know the future because you're able to perceive the fourth dimension. You can literally look and see what is happening in the future. And you can see the different branches along that timeline. And I think that's fifth dimension. I think fourth dimension is time, the timeline. Fifth dimension is the branching of the timeline. But then if it's a creature that can see the fifth dimension and it can see the branching of the timeline, this is a creature that exists both outside of every timeline and also within every timeline. Which also means that there's only one of them in existence across all of the, within this universe, across all the timelines, there's only one in existence. So maybe that's what's keeping them out of the lower dimensions, out of the timelines and out of general space and the planes. Maybe they're constantly being pulled in every direction, and that's what's freezing them there. So they can't exist within the lower dimensions, because to exist within a lower dimension means to take themselves out of the other timelines. Gasp, it's a Tarrasque. You read a fringe theory once that all particles are a single photon bouncing back and forth through time to occupy every bit of matter, and your head hurt. You would have more use for an ant if it could influence the whole hive. Goo Daddy wants you to start a cult. More common version is that electrons are going forward and the positrons are going backwards in time from the end of time. I'm out of my depth on this one. But, like, if I had a whiteboard, I have a computer. I love paint.net. It's free. Unless you buy it through the Microsoft store, and then it costs $8. Or you can just go to their website and buy it, or and download it for free, because they don't give a shit. So we're actually like, I love this. So we've got third dimension, right? We've got third dimension. I can do this, and everybody's gonna go, oh, obviously that's a cube, right? So we can take this cube. Fourth dimension. Oh, whoops. Fourth dimension is going to be the cube stretched across or along this line, right? Fifth dimension would be being able to see the branches along the line and the branches of the branches. Right? That kind of makes sense. You're awake, you swear? Welcome, Shiz. But it's the same part of the universe. Look up the one electron universe. Okay, I'll have to check it out, Dogness. The goo is where all of the antimatter in the universe went. That's why they can't come here. I don't know, because then you have cultists being able to summon Cthulhu from the void to planet Earth. What does that do to the rest of existence? And yeah, Shiz, you're here for the Cthulhu talk. This is some real nerd shit. You probably want to go back to It is, we're doing crazy shit, right? We're doing crazy shit. Because There's our one dimension. If you can even fucking see that. Here, I'll zoom in and whitewash myself some more. If you can even see that, there's our one dimension, right? There's our one dimension. This is our second dimension, right? So first dimension, second dimension, third dimension, fourth dimension is just the singular line. The fifth dimension is the branching of the lines. And this line is, I made it thicker because this line is technically representing the cube, but stretched throughout existence. Hi, Roxy. welcome to probably one of my favorite talks ever. We are Cthulhu's subconscious. When it wakes, we disappear. See, there's another thing, because then are we going to talk about the fact that maybe it's all a simulation? But this is all far. Well, no, I wouldn't say far. We're a little ahead of where I want to be. Finished up a 6.5-hour astrophysics final that also covers cosmology, and this is what we talk about when come here to 1-1. Yeah, it's good shit. Okay, so uses for the ant: larger influential reach, power, magic, cultivation, something, you know, essentially they need to, they're farming, right? I'll just put farming, fuck it. Engineers for grand machinations, forcing these ants to do stuff that they don't understand because they have the inability to understand it, but essentially completing larger goals for their great old one, their elder god. You just woke up late? Not a problem, Roxy. Not a problem. Never apologize for sleeping. Did you not say there would be more homework? No, stop. You're not ready for the Matrix? I know, Cornflakes, this is it goes farther ahead in the discussion than I wanted to actually be. But it's fine because it really is where we're going. It's where we're going, right? So any other, if you know what, we'll move on, but if you guys come up with other uses for an ant, just say so, and we can discuss it. A goo warlock who believes that he is just a simulated character existing on a piece of paper or a higher being's mind, breaking the fourth wall never made so much sense. Yeah, actually, like, goo warlocks are they're pretty much the only time where you can thematically break the fourth wall and allow for some metagaming. Yeah. So, uses for an ant. We have those. If there are others, just spit them out. I'm more than happy to track them. Google. What is the goal of the goo? And the first one I'm gonna put is no goal. Goo warlock, great old one. Goo stands for great old one. How big is the ant and how much does it weigh, or is it just an average ant? It's whatever the ant needs to be for your purposes, right? That's why there are so many different ants, right? Some ants are better at sports, some aren't. Some are better at math, some aren't. So depending on what you need an ant for, you'll go find an appropriate ant, right? ants are heavy lifters. Yeah. It's also an analogy. Because in this instance, our ant is the warlock, right? But we're using the ant analogy to make sure that people don't come in and go, oh, well, a warlock is good for Eldritch Blast, and that's about it. Or a warlock is good for popping darkness and then being able to see through the darkness so they get advantage on creatures that are in the darkness. Like, I don't want to talk about the uses for a warlock. I want to talk about the uses for a ant, a tool, you know, eye and mouth of Sauron. No, just a happy accident. They could be like the Durant from Pokemon. But what does our Elder God want? What are things that Elder Gods actually want? I guess it kind of goes hand in hand with the uses, doesn't it? But maybe more specifically. Let's talk more specifically. I know that one of you mentioned the birth of a new Elder God. One of you mentioned creation of themselves, which is perfect. I love it. Why is the character called after a German city? Because it's not my character. It's not my character. It's my player's character. He wanted to play a drow warlock named Dresden. So that's it. And for anybody showing up late or really wondering what the hell we're doing here, my newest player decided to play a warlock, great old one warlock, drow, named him Dresden, and hasn't really come up with a whole lot of backstory. But what he has given me as far as the backstory is that it's a voluntary pact with the Great Old One. He doesn't know who the patron is, so he doesn't know who the Great Old One is. And also, the actual rules, agreement, whatever, are unclear, which is perfect. So, now we're gonna have fun with this, right? This is why I love it when my players leave holes in their stories, because then I can go, oh, well, let's throw this in and let's do this and da 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 da. It's more likely the character is named after a television literature character, Harry Dresden, who's a modern day wizard. That is likely, Meatball. That is likely. What about literally starting a cult because of the power of belief, faith being able to warp reality in D&D? I like that. I like that. And I totally am 100% on board with that. Wasn't it also the Greek gods wouldn't they just kind of fade into history and lose their power if they were no longer being worshipped? I think it was the Greek gods, but that kind of goes with any gods, right? So yeah, let's do that. Creation of a cult to ensure more power through belief. I'm writing these ones out a little bit more because we can. He follows Cthulhu. What if the Patreon? What if the patron doesn't know who they are either and is looking for themselves based on who their warlocks think they are? Oh. Self-discovery through warlock perception and ideas of... Huh. Interesting. Goo could want the dimensions to collapse into each other for exploratory purposes, which would likely be cataclysmic for everything else in the lower dimensions. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, it's bedtime for cornflakes. Thank you for the nice wishes. Don't you dare get wiped by Flannery. We'll see, cornflakes. We'll see. It's not gonna be. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I honestly don't know what to say about that one. But have a good night. Hopefully we see you later. Okay. So collapse of the dimensions. What would that actually be? What would that actually be, Meatball? She says no promises. Kind of low-key want to wipe some pressures off. Shiz, but the pressure is the whole point of the Nuzlocke. You have no idea yet. Yeah. So I like that idea, but what would that actually... Well, again, maybe it's we could tie that to what I said earlier about being restricted by the fifth dimension and being a creature that exists outside of it. So they simultaneously exist within all existences and all timelines, but there's only one of them. Which either means, you know, if we were to consider something that exists forever and always in any timeline, regardless of decisions, this would have to be something that is immortal, indestructible, ever present. You know what that is? That's the Dark Tower. If you guys have read Stephen King's Dark Tower books, they're a great read. Read them. The movie, but the books are great. The series is amazing. But that's what that would be. Oh God, we're writing Randall Flagg. No, not Randall Flagg, because Randall Flagg still has agency and is able to affect the world around him. But if you had a creature that existed throughout all time and space, all at the exact same time, their movements, the decisions that they made, they would all happen at the exact same time, everywhere, throughout time. So their actions would be always. So it would be like if you had this creature and it decided to take one step forward. That step forward would be happening both 5,000 years ago and 5,000 years in the future, as well as right now, right? Because they're native to the fifth and fourth dimensions. They exist always. It's so, I don't, But if you have your spicy chicken, you feel less pressure. Shiz, we're gonna be just fine without the spicy chicken. Don't worry. Like folding origami out of reality. Places merging together with minds and minds mixing all at once. Yeah, it's very... It's very messy. Now you know why King did so much cocaine. He did. He did a lot of cocaine. He did a lot of cocaine. But this is great. So actually, what if? What if it was? I'm gonna write that down. Collapse of not higher dimensions in order to be able to exist properly within lower dimensions. And maybe that's why summoning elder gods and great old ones to the material plane is so often so destructive, is because it rips them out of all of existence everywhere elsewhere. So if we're going Dark Tower, then is Dresden going to not EB with my hand for EBs with his hand is forgotten? Dogness, I love you even more now. I thought you were writing the thing about doing tons of cocaine for a second. No. No. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, Dogness, that's great. Now I want a Roland Warlock with like a ranged packed weapon. And it's just a 6-shooter. That fires off Eldritch Blast. That would work, wouldn't it? You do kind of have one of those in one of your games. That would it works, doesn't it? You can I apologize. Still trying to eat my breakfast. Okay. Any other goo goals? Reflavor is strong. EB being a gun is one you have had on the back burner for a while. Yeah, no, that works. It works. I like it. What would that be? Would that be like goo morning? That would be freaky fuck. Is it Xanathar's? Yeah. Would it be a Hexblade? Could you make a ranged Hexblade warrior? Yeah, holy shit, you can. Yeah, you could make if you went Pact of the Blade, Hexblade warrior, improved pact weapon, you get ranged pact weapons. Yeah, yes you can. So I could definitely see Hexblade Warlock being a Roland type character. Oh yeah, see? Perfect. Okay, so the goo goal, birth of a new elder god, or just no goal at all. It depends on how we want to do this part. But this is good. This is good. Google. Sure. Hey, it's Meridian. With the name Dresden, I fear for his fate. Yeah, I know. I know. It's my player's character. Then you can summon the weapon to your hand for the best quick draw too. You don't aim with your hands, so you don't need dex too. Yeah, exactly. Domination of information everywhere? So, like, would this be a Hermaeus Mora kind of situation? If I'm remembering that correctly? Just like consumption of knowledge? It's a Google joke. I know. I know, Meatball. Meatball. I'm doing good, Meridian. How are you doing? We're talking my new player's character and how he went great old one warlock. So we're on the Elder God and Cthulhu rant and all of that, and it's great. Hard Rock Hope lurking. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. And you'll have to let me know what you're cooking. No known goal. Yeah, I like the idea of no goal too. You know, being serious. Could go the Brainiac route if you wanted to. Yeah, like it's not bad. Honestly, I don't think there could be any bad ideas with this because I could spin it. However, you're doing good. Just tired is all. I feel you, Meridian. I feel you. My sleep schedule is all messed up from this weekend. All kinds of messed up. But okay. Okay. We've had a hell of a discussion so far, and it's only been 2 hours. It's only been 2 hours. Okay. So let's move on. We'll move on from this. And again, we'll kind of do what I said before. If you come up with any other uses for an ant or any other goo goals or great old one goals, feel free to spit them out and let me know, and we can discuss those and possibly add them to the list. Or goo has a goal, but it remains unknown to the player. Right, Roxy, mostly the goal is for me. And I guess I should put that out there. This stuff is for me. So I know the best headache cure, obviously it's smashing your head against a wall until you knock yourself out, because you can't be in pain if you're asleep. But I guess you could, yeah. Yeah. So this stuff is gonna be unknown to the player. He's not gonna know this stuff at all. Be right back. Gonna go smash my head into a wall. Okay. Good luck, Shiz. This stuff is not gonna be known to the player. This is for me, so I can help build, I guess, like a personal quest for him. Because that's what my game is about my players completing their own personal quests while shit goes on in the world. And whether they decide to tackle that stuff or not is completely up to them. But here's where we are. So yeah, this stuff is for me. He's not gonna have any idea why he's a great old one warlock. He's not gonna have any idea what the great old one wants with him. It's just gonna be like, okay, well, this is the thing. So, voluntary pact. Voluntary pact. Voluntary pact. Actually, hold on. I have a question. Would you guys ever consider... Would you ever consider an elder god to be... Let me rephrase this. What... Baxter said it don't work. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Shiz. What alignment would you guys give an elder god? Yeah. As much as I hate alignments, what alignment would you guys give an elder god? Depends on the god? Sure. But in general, we'll say, you know, just in general. Roxy says chaotic neutral. Would you consider an elder god to be neutral, to be evil, to be good? Do they have rules? If they have rules, is it enough to make them lawful? You would say they are more orange-blue rather than black-white morality. Do you care to explain dogness? That's an interesting concept. I'd actually like to hear a little bit more on that, because I've never heard that said before. And I think I understand it. If it's relating to like the color wheel, how orange and blue are opposites, but I might also just be assuming that is a way of saying that their morality lies on a different scale from what we would use. Okay. Perfect. I love that. But and this is why I hate players assigning their own alignment. Because just because you wrote lawful good on your player sheet does not mean your character's lawful good if you play them chaotic dumbass, right? Alignment is based on community perception, not perception of yourself. It's based on community perception of you. So, you're right, Dogness. Their morality, their goals are probably so out of place. What they think is okay is probably so different from what we think is okay. But as ants, would you consider an elder god to be evil? Would you consider them to be good, neutral? You could argue that they're neutral if you view them as beasts. But typically, creatures with intelligence usually start to fall under the good versus evil scale. Meridian, you think it depends on the god, but you would say they're neutral, honestly, or neutral mostly, but probably leaning based on their goals and desires because they are gods with humanoid characteristics. Interesting. They might have morality, but it's just different from ours. Yeah, they might do good and they might eat baby souls. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you like chaotic dumbass. But yeah, but again, like, alignment is something that's determined by others around you. You're not a good person because you say you're a good person. You're a good person because the people around you view you as a good person. Because of the things you do aligns with what their idea of a good person is, right? To get super real on that, I'm very, very, very specifically calling out churchgoers that think that they are good people because they go to church every Sunday, but then right after church they go out to a restaurant and sit down and they verbally abuse and berate waitresses and waiters at the restaurant they go to. This is not a good person. This is not a good person because they think they're good. This is a horrible person because the populace views them as a horrible person. So yes, their morality is different, but, you know, and again, like it does, like Meridian said, it absolutely does depend based on their goals and their desires and their actions and all of that. But in general, from all of the pop culture references that we have, would we view, or would you view, how would you view an elder god on that alignment chart? In general, they are evil. Okay, interesting. So is this elder god supposed to be burgeoning and coming into their own like a child? That's a good question, Meridian. We haven't really figured that out. Meatball says chaotic neutral. Okay, so we've got 2 for chaotic neutral, 1 for neutral, 1 for evil, 2 for evil. Dogna says maybe evil because what they do varies so much. Like a wealthy person giving millions to charity than killing homeless people for sport. You wouldn't say that is good. Exactly. That's the thing. Probably chaotic evil. Yeah. So that does sound like chaotic evil. Because I just see you saying birth of a new elder god. Oh, over there? It's kind of complicated. It's kind of complicated, and we will return to all of that, Meridian. Okay, so these are creatures that are probably generally going to be considered neutral to chaotic, neutral to evil. So definitely like true neutral, chaotic neutral, neutral evil, chaotic evil. But that doesn't mean that they can't do good things occasionally. Use alignment to remind you what you want your character to be. Yeah, and you should. If you're really doing that, you should. But more often than not, like, I like to use this argument, Roxy. If you're playing a lawful good paladin that absolutely abhors the undead, and you go into a town where you come from, you would be considered lawful good, but you go into a town that actively uses necromancy, and as soon as you walk in, your radar starts going off and you realize there's undead everywhere, and you just start going around slaughtering and destroying all of these undead, which you view as evil, but everybody else views as like pets and tools and stuff like that, just things that they use to help get things done. You are now a criminal in their community, and you're not viewed as lawful good there. You're viewed as probably chaotic neutral or chaotic evil for destroying people's property and destroying stuff that people rely on. So it's it's why I hate alignment. It's why I hate alignment. So true. Yeah, it's just, it's community perception. That's all it is. That's why when my players make characters, I tell them, do not write down an alignment. When I play in other games, I tell people, do not write down an alignment. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is your actions at the table. In character, role-playing. That's the only thing that matters. Doesn't matter if you write down LG or CN or just N. Doesn't matter. Let's see. The blessings they give always come with a horrible side effect. You write down chaotic because you come in for chaos. Sure. If it is like a childlike elder god, you would say no matter what, chaotic. Right. Because if it is a childlike god, then they would either break the rules or follow the rules based on who they can get the most respect from, because children... Yeah, and there's a good thing. Wouldn't an... And actually, I'd probably argue, wouldn't an elder god always be chaotic? Because their rules, just like their morals, would be... should be so different from ours because they have a larger view of existence and the dimensions than we do. We wouldn't be able to truly understand. Going back to the ant analogy, I would imagine that from the perspective of ants, when we go tromping around across their trails and all over on top of them, we're literally just kind of roaming around at random unless something they do calls our attention to them. That would be pure chaos. We turn on a water hose, or, you know, we turn on the hose, water starts flooding out, we drop it into the yard unknowing that there's, you know, 10 or 15 ants right where this huge wall of water is now flooding upon them. That would seem chaotic, but to us, we're going about our regular, like, chores. We're doing our regular stuff. We're following our rules. It's so... I love this stuff. I love this stuff because there's so much to it. A player once had her first action as a chaotic good paladin mercy kill a guy because he lost his leg and he was pissy that the healing didn't fix it. Immediately after the hot start, just out of the bat, the good thing was a murder. Just awful. Like, mercy killing a guy because he lost his leg? I mean, obviously lay on hands isn't gonna fix his leg, but like... easily could have saved that man from dying, especially with magic at hand. I'd say mercy killing was very, very like it shouldn't have happened. I wouldn't call that a mercy killing. I'd actually say that was a murder. Meridian says, you think that in human POV it would be inconceivably chaotic, but from their perspective it is set in stone. Yeah, exactly. The world is filled with chaos. That's murder. Yeah, I'm with Shiz. That's just murder. Okay, so we're talking about chaotic. What I think we can just kind of generally agree, neutral to chaotic for these elder gods. Maybe we'll just say chaotic neutral, because they could do some great things. But it's like, are they the ones that are smart enough to know? Are they the ones that have a hand in starting forest fires to... Are they the ones that have a hand in starting forest fires that eventually lead to new growth, which is better for the planet? But the forest fires are also just so destructive that we're stuck living in a country full of, or a world full of smoke and clouded skies because of it. And on it, like, the time scale that they work on would have to be so vast, or even so quick, because they could do it whenever they wanted. He was released from pain. He was saved from bleeding out, then she raised the axe to save him from the life like that. Nobody was expecting things to go that far off the rails so fast. Woof. Woof. Yeah, she just straight up committed murder. She just straight up committed murder. Were I that paladin's god? Well, I wouldn't smite her, but I'd take her magic away. I told my cleric something similar when he said he wanted to play a cleric. I was like, if you're gonna play a cleric, you have to abide by your god's alignment. Not your alignment, your god's alignment. You have to follow his rules. If you don't, you will lose your magic. I'm asking about the alignment from the viewpoint of mortals. Yeah. Kind of. You see it as saving him from suffering, Roxy, but just because he lost a leg doesn't mean that he's going to be suffering. Sure, his life is going to be different, but that doesn't mean his life is going to be bad. That's what prosthetics are for, or peg legs, or, you know, shit like that. An elder god is so old that entire species will live and die before their plans will be completed. Sure. So the concept of alignment or morality is just as in... Right. Sorry. So Meatball, we're talking about alignment as would be perceived by the people that are being affected by the elder god. Alignment determined by the community, not by the individual. Because, again, like I said, you cannot decide that you are a good person. The community around you decides that you are a good person. And depending on the community, what good and evil actually means can be two completely different things. And they could be swapped back and forth. So yeah, it's messy. Well, no, it's not messy. No, I'm not gonna concede that. It's not messy. It's simple. Peg legs are easy, and magical or mechanical versions can be better. Yeah, not even including if they went to a druid and had it regen. Yeah, exactly. Mortal creatures will always try to attribute malice to the awful things that happen, even if good things happen from the same source after the fact. Yes, exactly. Perfect. You said it perfectly, Meatball. You said it perfectly. Mortal creatures will always try to attribute malice to the awful things that happen. Exactly. And even if good things happen from the same source after the fact, they will be suspicious because of it. Exactly. Just switch your answer and agree with Shiz, chaotic evil? Okay. Because this is like the god that can see farther in the future, and they see a couple walking through the woods. Oh. No. Better. This is a god that sees a couple with their son walking down an alleyway after going to the theater. And they know that something horrible will happen to not just the city, not just the world, but all of existence if those people don't die. So this elder god sends off, and usually it's not like oh, I care about their tiny little ecosystem. It's something that directly threatens them, because they should be selfish, because all creatures are selfish. So it should be something that threatens their existence. So they send somebody to go out and shoot Mr. and Mrs. Wayne, so their son can be traumatized and grow up to be Batman, to fight crime and villainy within his city, and then eventually help form the Justice League, which then travels throughout the universe. And like these are the things. That's why you start off games as neutral, as most DMs wouldn't let me play an evil character. Yeah. So Batman comes out as the world's biggest villain? No. The good that Batman is because of the horrible thing that happened. And if people knew that there was some god behind it, they would consider that god to be evil. Even though the outcome of an evil act was something good. What's that saying? Batman is a supervillain. Changed my mind. What's that saying? The road to evil is paved with good intentions. That could fit, right? Imagine if you could kill baby Hitler. You're seen just as a baby murderer, even if you knew more. Exactly! Different morality depending on your knowledge. Exactly! Exactly, Dogness. That's exactly what we're talking about. So it's fairly easy for us to understand what it would be like to be able to view an entire timeline and go, this thing has to happen. But then it also has to come from a highly selfish point, right? Because again, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about the ants until I know that there's gonna be a queen that ends up breeding 400 times more ants, and then they come and invade my pantry. That's when I want to get involved. That's when I want to start killing them and start curbing their population and getting my fingers involved. And you know what? Holy shit, I have been a great old one, because I've used ant traps and I've enlisted ants to take poison back to their hives to shut down ant production. For my selfish reasons. That's what being a great old one is. That's what being an elder god is, and having a warlock on your side. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Thank you, Shiz. Poor ants. I know, but that's what it is, isn't it? So maybe there are evil intentions, but they're not seen as evil by the elder god. Because would you call me evil for putting out ant traps? And some of you are probably going to go, yes, you're a horrible person, stop killing ants, but there it is. Roxy says I'm evil. But I mean, from an ant's point of view, yes, exactly. But from your point of view, as another human, as a fellow human, would you call me evil for putting out ant traps? From mine, then fuck, no, fuck them ants. Yeah, exactly. And then we go back to the perception of, good and evil based on community and all of that. Because, I mean, trust me. I know all too well what it's like to have people think that you're a good person, and then another handful of people to think that you're evil and horrible. I know firsthand. Dogness, can you just make an off-the-wall idea? Absolutely, always. Something that warlocks do is like a drug to the goo. Sacrifices or worship or something is like a fix. A junkie would give you money, power for their fix, but the amount needed will keep climbing. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Feed an addiction. Okay. What? Okay, I like this. What addiction? What addiction would they have? I guess maybe like... Maybe they feed off of energy disruptions from timeline changes. Maybe they're just addicted to knowledge and experience. What else would they be like addicted to? But I like that, Dogness. I wouldn't call that off the wall. That's great. But it would have to be something like... Yeah. It would have to be something way out of the box. Having to alter the timeline more and more, causing emotions, reading thoughts and secrets. Ooh, yes. Oh, I like the idea of being addicted to emotions. Oh, that's fucking great. Emotions and thought, we'll say. Oh, that's amazing. And honestly, it could be all in one. It could be all of the things. It's just like, I need... these elder gods need more human experience. They need that human experience being fed into their brains or their consciousness. Oh. Every time you make a new major branching timeline, they get a buzz. Yeah. Or every time you kill a branch. Because what if you're not just making branching timelines? What if you're shutting them down? What if you're creating fixed decisions? What if you have the power to do that? So they send you out on new, weirder missions? Yeah. Having to cause shame, sadness, joy, anger. Yeah, I love it. Okay. You said that was off the wall. That might be like one of my favorites so far. That might be one of my favorites. This is the weirdest interdimensional booty call of all time. Yeah, but we're answering that call, aren't we? Okay. So we've got uses for an ant. We've got goals. If there are more, again, throw them out. The rules or the agreement are unclear. Do we clear them up? Oh, actually. Punishments. Let's talk punishments. What is an elder god going to do if their warlock doesn't listen? You can see rolling a d20 now and then for what emotion they crave. Ooh, that would be good. Ooh, I like that, Dogness. I'm just gonna put die roll. I'm sitting there trying to figure out how the hell I'm gonna word it. So possible die roll for specific craving. I like that. I like that. So what happens to a warlock when they don't do what their great old one wants them to do? Beyond the more exotic punishments, other club members get sent after you to set you straight. If there are other club members, okay, so this this does imply that it's difficult. This does imply that it's difficult to reach out and make connections to people to make them warlocks for great old ones, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with that. Because outside of, like, you know, if we could do the, oh, well, all your powers are gone, you didn't do what he wanted, so now you're fucked. Doing that implies that you're easily thrown away. That your great old one could honestly just literally pick somebody off the street to become a warlock. But if you're not disposable, then they'd have to actually punish you. So yeah, maybe others are sent to we'll say correct behavior. So I like that meatball. If we go with the emotion thing, pushing an emotion onto the warlock, or an emanating aura of emotions, putting everyone at each other's throats. Ooh, okay. So, overwhelming emotional flood. The removal of all emotions could be a punishment, and pretty edgy for a drow warlock. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, because even if he's not making the decisions, all I have to do is, if I take away his emotions, anything that would be emotion driven, I would look at him and I go, why do you care? What emotion that you don't have right now is driving you to do this? And then he'd go, oh, shit. Like, that's usually how I tell people that they can't do stuff. I don't just look at them and go, you can't do this. I go, why would you do that? And I actually make them think through it, and I make them question why they're making that decision. So yeah, I like that. Goo drives them insane for a day or two. A day or two is a long time in game, especially because my players have been doing 1 day for like 2 sessions. But hold on, that might work. I changed the positioning of my books, so now they're easier to grab. Where is that insanity table? In the DMG. Index. Is it? It's called, no, it's just sanity. That's what it's called. Sanity 265. I know there's a sanity table. Oh, actually, hey, look. Madness. Not on the not on the side I wanted. Okay, so short-term madness. D100 roll, character falls unconscious. Lasts for 1d10 minutes. That's much better. Hey, what's up, HP? Uh, normally goo can give you the ability to read thoughts. What if you can't hold your thoughts and everyone can read your mind instead? Ooh, I like that, Dogness. The goo has one of their warlocks in the past do something that affects the offending warlock in the present. Oh shit, so like random scars and memories coming up? Oh, I like that. Let's go temporal, no, resulting in new scars, memories, disfigurements. Ah, there is an E in there. I like that. Goo, great old one, yes. I bet there's something regarding the lack of emotions in one of the Shadowfell sources. I think there is. And I've used it before. In my very first one-shot, actually. Okay, so what page is this? 259. 259 in the DMG. Goes over going mad, madness effects. There's 3 tables here: short-term madness, long-term madness, and indefinite madness. I'd probably go with the short-term madness. Character retreats into his or her mind and becomes paralyzed. It ends if they take any damage. Character becomes incapacitated and spends the duration screaming, laughing, or weeping. Fuck. Character becomes frightened and must use his or her action and movement each round to flee from the source of the fear. I like that. Maybe I will use the short-term madness. Maybe I will use short-term madness. Short-term madness. Page, what did I say? 259 DMG. I like that. I like that a lot. Or even damages or temporarily drains to magical items. Oh, thoughts are projected to others around the warlock. I like that one too. Do you ever randomly remember some random embarrassing or sad thing from a long time ago? I bet having that happen would be more inconvenient when you don't know your past and while fighting. True. Although I think he knows his past. I'm pretty sure his character knows his past. He hasn't said anything about having amnesia, so I have to assume that he has a past that he is aware of. The PC has to speak to their patron to discover how to fix, though this feels a little too much like taking agency away. Yeah. And it's kind of that weird middle ground thing where it's like, you know, you choose to become a cleric or a paladin, you have to abide by your god's laws. You choose to become a warlock, you have to abide by your patron's rules. Pretty much everybody else is safe from that kind of judgment. You could probably say the same thing with druids, but I don't know. Thought when he made the pact both lost their past. No. Sorry. Maybe you picked that up from me talking about my own Grey Old One warlock that had amnesia. But not bad. And this table in the DMG has like 10 different effects. which are all good. And what I'll likely do is end up just like rolling. And actually, we have 6 right here. I could roll a d6 and just go, oh, well, you know what? Let's see what the punishment is this time if you're not being if you're not doing what you're told to do. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, it happens. It happens, Dogness. But yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. This is already a whole lot of stuff. What about having him remember things from the lives of the people he has killed? Ooh. Ooh. So many punishments. Yeah, I know. Honestly, and with so many punishments, I might just like flick them in a little bit here and there, whether he's doing what he's supposed to do or not, just as like a little reminder. Like if he's being good, I might still throw him in, just be like, this is what's gonna happen to you if you fuck up. This is what's gonna happen to you if you don't do what I tell you to do. Okay. Let's see. Given the memories of those the warlock has killed. Nice. I like to make it more interesting by torturing my players. Like right now, my wife is currently doing like a D4 of lightning damage to her friends anytime they touch her. Because she's just bursting with so much electricity from essentially accepting help from her godfather. Evil DMs, yeah, evil DMs have most fun. Evil DMs have the most fun. Ooh, I like this. Given memories of their future self dying. That one I could have a lot of fun with. That one I could have a lot of fun with. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, so let's move on. I want to do... names and appearance. Now we get to get real creative. Who is this elder god? Who is this great old one? A big baby. Love it. Giant baby. What do they look like? Or is it just a giant baby? Ah. It just says Cthulhu. We could. It's Cthulhu. There we go. Baby name. Gemma! You killed the tigers! See? I knew you could do it, Gemma. How long did it take you? I bet you took care of it real fast. And welcome. I'm doing good. I'm tired, but I'm doing good. My name, I am known by many names. Son of the Dark Prince, scion of the end times. My mother calls me Pepito. Poor tigers. Oh no, Roxy, you misunderstand. These tigers were evil demon tigers. Fuck them tigers. No, it took about 2 hours, maybe 3. Oh, okay. Well, at least you did it. At least you did it. And you're getting closer to catching up. You got this. Damn it, my nose itches. I don't know. What would be a good Elder God name? Yeah, man, fuck Detroit. And then the next boss, you could have literally flicked her with your finger and she would have died, but no. Oh, ouch. Ouch, Gemma, ouch. A festering sphere of burbling, shifting, mirror-like surface, reflecting not light, but the essence of oneself. Ooh, gross. I'm actually just gonna straight up copy paste that. Oh no. Actually. Paste. There we go. I like that. I like that. You're not creative enough for this kind of stuff, Gemma. You might think that, and I will tell you right now, you're wrong. If I can do this, you can do this. Oh, what do we call that thing then? You want me to just like smash my forehead on my keyboard and see what comes up? Or maybe I'll just kind of like, I'll claw it and then just do like that. Yeah. You'll have to try one day. D&D is a lot of fun, Gemma. And yeah, lurk away. Lurk away. Is that a V? Triggered Munt. Sure, why not? Tell me I'm wrong. I'm curious. Or we could call it Dogness. Use fantasy name generator for great old ones or an IKEA magazine. Are you telling me you don't like Svigedmund? Let's see. Thank God for Wikipedia. Thank God for Wikipedia. Afumza Atlachnaka Basatan Bakrug Shognar Fawn Thuga Cthulhu Cthulhu Sinathoglus Dweller in the Gulf. There's an easy one. Why can't we just do like titles instead of names. Dwight. Dagon. Ahord. Gloon. Gloon. The fuck is Gloon? I don't know what Gloon is. What the fuck? Haster, Morik, Nug and Yeb, Nyogtha, Nyarlathotep, Urn, Quachil Utaus, Rulim Shigorth, Rontagoth, Rogog. I love these names. Dig on the Dark. Creativity is like any other skill. Just practice and you get more creative. True, true. You really want to get Skillshare? Sponsor me. Don't we all? Okay, here's another good title. The Worm That Gnaws in the Night. The Worm That Gnaws in the Night. Interesting. I like this one. I like this one. And I like the feed and addiction thing. Maybe that's what we'll go with. Maybe that's what I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go with this one, but I don't like the name. Might be good to use some random unpronounceable one and use some title too. Yeah. The ant that devours. glad we're still on theme here. Eater of ants. Devourer of ants. Okay, actually, if we're gonna go with I really like this like addiction to emotions and thoughts thing. That which seeps through sleeping eyes. Holy fuck, Meatball. That's fucking metal. Unless you're talking about eye goobers. Then it's less metal. That which seeps through sleeping eyes. That which seeps through... Hold on, I had an idea and now I lost it. You're not thinking about eye goobers? The gnome that nibbles on nipples. Ah, nipple nibbler. Gemma, those are Keebler elves. You're welcome. You'll never be able to eat Keebler cookies ever again. I like the idea of I like the idea of like doing an unpronounceable one and then the title. Since we talked about ants so much, using swarm or queen or something. Yes. Okay, do we go what are its pronouns? Not the fun shape. I know, I'm sorry, Gemma. What are its pronouns? You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. There are no pronouns. We're just gonna assign titles as we wish. God. Oh, let's go with... I'm gonna type something out here. No. I'll never say this at the table, so it doesn't matter. Pronouns. They, unpronounceable screeching words. Title, whatever. Yeah. So do you create the game, or do I not have the correct subject? So Gemma, I guess as an introduction to D&D, this is probably just completely fucking out there. But as the DM, I have as the person that actually runs the game, I have the option of either using pre-made stuff or I can make my own stories. I make my own stories. I choose to make my own stories because I can personalize them better for my players. But yeah, essentially, if you know how to write, yeah, that's okay. That's okay, Gemma. Honestly, right now we're just kind of just writing up some ridiculous stuff. DM, Dungeon Master. Some people call it GM for the Game Master. I think Dungeon Master is copyrighted by Wizards of the Coast, and GM is kind of widely accepted as the alternative. Let's see. I saw the Skittering Tide of Despair. What if it's one that's consuming knowledge and experience and emotions and thoughts? Do you play like IRL at a table? I play IRL with my IRL friends. At their house, because I've got friends that host. Since I run the game, they host and they make food. So also my friend doesn't like to leave his house. So it's like forever. As long as I've known him, it's been difficult to get him to go anywhere. So it works out better this way. Dungeon Master, Deus Materia, Dang Moose. Yeah, Gemma, if you can find somebody, play. Or eventually we might, because we're getting more people in our Discord, we might get some people to like get a Roll20 game going or something. Or I might encourage it, because I know there's multiple people within our Discord that have expressed a desire to a desire to play, but have said that they haven't been able to find anybody that could play. You're here for a Roll20. See? Lots of people. I need a title. The Skittering... Hold on. You need a new headset? I'm sorry, Roxy. I've got some extras if you want them. Hold on. The Skittering Void for Forgotten Hearts. What do you guys think of that? The Skittering Void for Forgotten Hearts. Or does that sound too much like an 80s pop song? You doubt anyone near you would be play? Would play. Honestly, Gemma, a lot of the time, all it takes is just looking. Online, you can usually find some groups local to you. But if not, there's always Roll20, and lots of people are playing D&D now. So if you can't play in person, you can at least play online. You like the first half. Roxy likes the first half. The Skittering Void. Okay. Void of Forgotten Heart sounds like something Ted Nugent would. That's what I said. That's why I asked. Does it sound too much like an 80s song? I'm trying to figure out how to work in the swallowing up of people's thoughts and feelings. Skittering void of hold on, maybe I can you'd probably be better as a GM. Jebba, playing as a GM is hard. It's a lot of work. Not to discourage you from it, but I'm just saying it's a lot of work. But it's a different kind of fun, right? Because as a player, you get put into these situations where you have to solve a problem. And that in itself can be fun, but as the GM, you're the one creating the problem, you're the one writing the story, and you get to watch your players play through it all. And you've always liked writing? Yeah, then maybe you would be a good GM, and the world needs more GMs. The skittering void of I need do I need a thesaurus? Skittering void devouring emotions. I like that one. You feel like if you actually got into it and did what I'm doing now, you'd like it. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, Gemma. It is a lot of fun. Skittering void of empathic shells. Empathic shells. Sorry, different thing. Empathic shells. Something with shells or hollow or... Ah, yes, the skittering... The Hollow Knight skittering void.
Fuck.
them skittery boys. Are we currently naming a character or place? We are currently working on filling some holes that my newest player has left in his character's backstory. And when my players say that I don't know for something, that pretty much gives me a green flag to go ahead and do what I want with that information and kind of fill it out a bit more. I will say for this character, he wrote, I think he wrote a tiny amount. It was like one paragraph for his character, and he was like, yeah, I don't know, you could just kind of stick me in wherever. So I was like, okay, and then I went ahead and I wrote all of this. I wrote all of this just for his backstory because he was like, I don't know. So I will very likely end up doing something similar with Dresden here. But I like it. I like doing it. Why not just the skittering void or something? Lonely Hearts Club. Skittering. Hold on, I need a thesaurus. Piggish. That's too much like something else. The crawling abyss of silent laughter and tears. Holy fuck, Meatball. Festering void of forgotten heart souls. That's so cool that you get to make your own world. Yeah. Yeah, no, it is a lot of fun, Gemma. The crawling abyss of silent laughter and tears. God, that sounds a lot cooler. That sounds way cooler. The crawling. I like that. I like that. I'm gonna use that one, Meatball. The crawling abyss of silent laughter and tears. That's more, I don't know, that feels a lot more ominous. The skittering one, vacant of soul, the snugglebug of happy fun times. All right. I'm gonna delete this stuff. Although at some point I will have to make a giant baby, great old one. You like skittering over crawling? Yeah. Okay. The crawling abyss of silent laughter and tears. The skittering abyss of silent laughter and tears. The skedaddling abyss of silent laughter and tears. You expect Cthulhu in a game someday? Yeah, I'll have to make a joke game. One more syllable, but it does add a bit of alliteration. Ooh, it does balance it. How about that? The squelching abyss of silent laughter and tears. A Cthulhu one-off? Yeah, absolutely. Of silent bliss and tears. Ooh. Abyss of silent bliss and tears. Ooh. Ooh, I like that. Shifting abyss. The ambivalent abyss. It's like the boss of Dark Souls. Yeah. Ceaseless discharge. Ooh, what if it's not? Oh. Oh. Oh, hold on. The venerable abyss of silent bliss and tears. Of silent terrors and tears. Ooh. Well, I like the idea of mixing happy and sad. I like the kind of polar opposites. What do you think of that? That be good? Because I was like, well, we're every single thing is implying like movement or sound. Well, mostly movement. But what if it's just this is like the old the old blackness. The bulging abyss of, oh my god. Gemma. Ooh. The bipolar would be god? Yeah, kind of. I like venerable. I like venerable. It implies a bit of like regality to it. Oh! What the frick? Frack snick snack is going on here? We got Kerf the Derf raiding us. Shifting, squelching abyss of terror. Well, welcome raiders. Welcome. Pingu Mats. How's it going? And hello, Kerf. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. It's greatly appreciated. How did your stream go? What were you streaming? I like this. I really like this. The venerable abyss of silent bliss and tears. Ooh. Does the inclusion of abyss and bliss so close to each other sound weird? The venerable abyss of silent bliss and tears. No. I'm gonna say it doesn't. Hardcore Minecraft? Oh fuck. I need to play some Minecraft, honestly. I've been wanting to play some Minecraft. Frick Frack Snick Snack is the actual name of this GO, right? Sure, why not? You know what? I put all that work into making something kind of. Frick Frock. Schnick. Oh, one too many A's. There you go. Frick Frock Schnick Schnock. Schnick Snock. Silent Terrors and Bliss. Ooh, maybe. Move Bliss after Tears to distance it, maybe. Yeah. The rhyme is a little too close together. Okay. Silent Silent Tears and Tears. Okay. The venerable abyss of silent tears and bliss. How's that sound? The venerable abyss of silent tears and bliss. That's yeah, it like the little bit of a rhyme to it. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. Makes it sound more rhyming. Yeah, no, I like that. That is good. Ooh, and Pingu, thanks for picking up that ring for me. Yeah, okay. So, we have Frick Frock, Schnick Snock, the venerable abyss of silent tears and bliss, a festering sphere of burbling, shifting, mirror-like surface, reflecting not light, but the essence of oneself. I don't know. I always get confused with comma placement at this point. Do you come up with new stuff every game, or is it the same? It's an ongoing campaign, so it's one continuous story. So it's kind of built off of itself constantly. So there is new stuff that gets introduced, but it's typically somewhat related to what's already been happening. Okay. I like this. Even the even the joke name. Even the joke name, I like this. We've got a lot already today. Like, this is everything that we've come up with so far, and I love it. I love it. So I think what is goal? Yeah, I'm gonna stick with this since we've been using it for the theme. I'm gonna stick with feeding the addiction, or just feeding this god knowledge, experience, emotions, thought. Maybe timeline changes. We'll see. The hollow swarm of emotional hungering. God, that sounds really good. Give me that yummy emotions. So when you actually play as a DM, do you have to come up with a story on the spot, like during the game? Yes and no, Gemma. Yes and no. No, because obviously I plan a lot of this stuff out, and I write a lot of this stuff. So I kind of already know it. But during the game, there is quite a bit of improv that needs to be done. Mostly with like roleplay interactions and stuff like that, because you can never predict what stupid shit your players are gonna say. But beyond that, a lot of it is kind of pre-planned. And you'll hear people talk about two different kinds of games. You will hear people talk about a sandbox game and then a railroad game. And what they mean is, in a railroad game, your path is already predetermined. The players don't really get a whole lot of choice. And then in a sandbox game, just like a regular sandbox RPG, you're kind of given freedom and can go and do whatever you want. There's stuff with it, throughout the world for you to do. It's very Skyrim, to relate it to a video game. So people will say that. However, as I've played and I've let my players play around in a sandbox game, I've realized that there are no true sandbox games, not anymore anyway, unless somebody's really doing an accurate hex crawl. But even then, usually kind of predictable. It's just about who's driving the train, right? So if it were a traditional railroad game, I would be planning everything out and I would be directing my players, right? But I'm not. In this one, I'm letting my players decide what they're gonna do. They just kind of have to tell me. They don't tell me, oh, plan for this, but they tell me, oh, we're gonna go do this and this is our end goal and so on and so forth. And then I can lay down the tracks from point A to point B. So it's really like they drive the train in this case, but in a lot of cases the DM or GM drives the train. And again, the only true sandbox would be like a hex crawl, and I don't know anybody that does hex crawls. And a hex crawl is basically just plopping a map down and letting your players go around and do whatever. And in those instances, you've usually got a bunch of tables for random encounters and shit like that, and it's mostly just up to dice rolls. But yeah, okay, so we're gonna feed an addiction, which I like. So I'm actually going to, well, I'm not going to delete all of this. I'm not going to delete it because I like this. And I want to save this for another document. So I'll probably I'll probably cut and paste it out of this and into another page somewhere. Depends on your style. You do a lot of improv work, day of. Yeah. Chaotic dumbass. You're doing a hex crawl right now? Oh, nice, Meatball. It's I'm glad to hear it's starting off well. That's good. I'd be terrified of running a hex crawl just because I like to have the control, and I like to try to build a story for my players. And I don't know if I personally would actually be able to do that with a hex crawl. Not to say that it's not doable, but okay. Oh, and you know what? I think now's a good time since we have so many people. And because those of you that are here every week, you know this, but those of you that are new, I'll let you know. The music that plays during my streams or during these D&D streams is the GameChops live music stream on YouTube. It's their video game study lounge. Fantastic music. Be sure to check them out if you feel the desire to. Good remix music of all sorts of video game classics. You planned your party to cross an island. Tribes of animalistic people, crash ships full of undead, a cave with a secret wizard's hold, and all types of natural hazards based on where they go. Your party tied themselves to each other and swam out to the ocean looking for the crashed shipwreck to loot it. How did that go? Like, and I feel I know that that message has to have been written with pain, right? Because it sounds like you planned out this entire island and your party literally went, oh, well, fuck this, we're gonna swim away. I'm sorry, Dogness. That's rough. That's rough. Funny, but rough. Okay. Feeding an addiction. Frick frack. Schnick snack. The venerable abyss of silent tears and bliss. This one wants to devour the knowledge, experience, emotions, and thought of those that Dresden encounters. Interesting. And that wouldn't really fall under any of these, would it? I don't know. So, let's see. It's a voluntary pact. I'm gonna make a note here. It's two-way. Two-way voluntary pact. So they're both aware of each other. Does not know who the patron is. I'll have to talk to him about how this actually happened. And then the pact rules agreement are unclear. We'll build on that. I think that's gonna be building. We're gonna have to build on that roleplay wise, or I could just talk to him and be like, hey, so you have a general idea of what your patron wants you to do. And they're level 8. I don't have my fucking player's handbook. They're level 8. What stuff does a level 8 warlock actually get? If I can find the goo, otherworldly patron feature, great old one, he gets expanded spell list, awakened mind, which gives him telepathy up to 30 feet. Entropic ward. Okay. Thought shield I thought there was something else. No, I guess just the create thrall at 14. I thought there was something else that let him, like, poke into people's minds. But maybe I was wrong. Oh, I guess he does get the detect thoughts spell. Alright. Should be fun. I like it. It was unexpected. You ended up having 2 reef sharks chomp on them. Wizard tried to use lightning lure, and the fighter tried to fire her gun. They nearly died. Without a pearl, got some shark meat for it? Oh, God. Well, I'd say that's worth it. It's an invocation that lets you cast Detect Thoughts for free, I think. Like, maybe once per day. I think. I don't think, like, at will. But that's fine, because I can make it weird. I can make it weird. I can give it bonuses too, and just be like, oh yeah, you can cast Detect Thoughts at will, or so many times a day for free, or you know, what have you, as like a bonus to being a Great Old One warlock. Once per day is usually good enough for RP uses. Yeah. The wind is blowing through my windows. Okay, cool. So what should be the rules or the agreement? I can't spell. What should the rule? Bros before hoes? Okay. Should it be a does doing this to feed this Great Old One, does it remove the thoughts and emotions and memories from the people that he's peering into, or does it just copy them? Because I feel like if it's just a copy, it makes it kind of easier to do. But if it's full on removing them, he would end up leaving a lot of people like brain dead. Which also wouldn't be bad. If it's making a copy, I'd probably say he has to do it once a day, but he has to not just skim surface thoughts, but has to dive deeper and be successful. But if he fails, then that one try is gone. And if he keeps failing, then it's not great. But if he's making people brain dead, we could say that he doesn't have to do it quite as often, but it would have a larger impact. You would say a copy, but fresher is better and stronger emotions are better. Yeah. So there's the thing. If it's a once a day thing and he just has to be successful at making a copy, what's to stop him from just doing it on one of the party members all the time? What's to stop him from just doing detect thoughts on every single party member over and over and over, working through them? Because then he'd be able to constantly feed 5 new days worth of thoughts and emotions every single day. By entering into this compact, you and your line are removed from the target of machinations, feedings, desires, etc. No direct harm will come to you or yours from me. So, okay. Why would you accept a party member who keeps trying to make you sad or angry all the time? So, okay, are we trying to force the emotions on them? Because if it's detect thoughts, it doesn't necessarily force the emotions on the target. It's just reading deeper into their thoughts and memories and trying to discern different details. Copy with a chance of removal. I'm gonna say unstable detect thoughts, so we're gonna alter the detect thoughts spell. That way it's not just the detect thoughts spell, and we can kind of do whatever we want with it. You're thinking you would have to get their emotions to the right state first. Okay. 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 If your sugar daddy wants to consume some fear, giving them tired wouldn't help. Yeah, actually, because I was just thinking that might be where the specific craving comes into play. That might be where the specific craving comes into play, because then I'm sitting here thinking if it's just extreme emotion, then the barbarian would just rage and he'd do detect thoughts on the barbarian every time he raged. But if he was saying, I specifically want this feeling, this emotion, then that would force him into going, okay, well, I have to do something. Meatball typing out a whole contract. Furthermore, barring violent and due to your own interference, I will ensure that you survive until such time that my ultimate machinations for your world or your people bear fruit, that you may see the product of your labors. I like this Meatball. But I have a question. Would you write a contract for an ant? Roxy wants fear. Roxy always wants fear. In social environment, you need to piss people off or make a child think their parents died for some sad. Ooh. Yeah. If the ant asks for a contract, sure. You're the one in power. Yeah, you're the one in power. You're not. Are you really gonna accept an ant making demands of you? Probably not. This is in case the ant asks for a contract. Okay, fair. Fair. So I need to talk to the player and ask him what actually led to there being a pact created between himself and this great old one. Because there's no way in hell. There's no way in hell it was just like, oh yeah, let me go to this ancient altar and I'll pray and I'll make sure that I come with a piece of parchment, inkwell, and fucking pen with my notary. I'll bring my notary so I can write up this contract with this elder god so he can give me warlock powers. for like a Fey patron, absolutely. For a fiend patron, absolutely. For a great old one, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's possible, right? I'll give you power, and in return, you will manifest emotional conditions when I desire. Failure to do so will incur growing penalties. So does this GOO actually speak using words and telepathy? I'm a fan of imagery. I'm a big fan of imagery, so I like the idea of creatures like this that speak not with words, even if they're telepathic. They speak not with words, but with images and feelings and emotions. You would figure it would be emotions and imagery. Okay. If it were you, you would get immense amusement in writing up a contract for an ant. You'd not be under any obligation on your part to obey your part of the contract, but putting it together would be... Ooh, I like that, Meatball. I like that. So it's just like, yeah, sure, we wrote up this contract, but seriously, what are you gonna do to me for breaking the contract? Oh, that's great. I like that. Did you give power directly or knowledge to access power? That's a good question. Some questions I need to ask. Because I'm guessing if it's a voluntary pact, both parties understand that there is a pact, which means they're both aware of each other. Which means that there would have had to have been something. Ideally, there would have had to have been something more than just warlock power that he's getting out of this. Then again, maybe not. Just the concept of a contract itself is funny to an extraplanar being. Yeah. Piece of paper that is supposed to have some sort of binding or legal power. Exactly. Because if it is direct power, it can easily be taken away. But if it wasn't, then it would remain, and there would have to be other punishments. Yeah. And that was one of the things that we talked about earlier, is if it is something that can just be taken away, why would there even be punishments at all? Why wouldn't it just be, oh, you fucked up, you don't want to do what I told you to do? Fine, I'll go find somebody else. You don't get this power, and then they move on to find somebody else, right? You're not gonna put the time and effort into an ant to make sure that they're doing the job you need them to do unless you absolutely have to, unless there's something about your connection to that ant. 5e raw, the ladder. Yeah, as written, a 5e patron can't take away the power you already have. But we don't follow the rules here. Fuck, am I gonna have to get my Moon Knight strat? Yeah. And Moon Knight is a great... Dogness, you haven't watched Moon Knight, have you? Fuck, okay, we won't talk about Moon Knight. But Raw is Raw, yeah. Does it actually say anywhere underneath the Warlock stuff that the powers can't be taken away? You speak from the comics. I enjoyed Moon Knight. Okay. I enjoyed Moon Knight. I think it was good. It's always important to keep in mind the rating the actual rating, because it was what, TV 14, which means they can only do so much. Want to watch it, but Disney account expired and you're finishing. Fair. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna grab my player's handbook. Took me a minute to find it. I was like, apparently I put it in one bag and not another. Okay, let's actually look at this warlock stuff. Okay. Work with your DM to determine how big of a part your pact will play in your character's adventuring career. Your patron's demands might drive you into adventures, or they might consist entirely of small favors you can do between adventures. What kind of relationship do you have with your patron? Is it friendly, antagonistic, uneasy, or romantic? How important do they think you are? What part do you play in their plans? Do you know other servants of theirs? How do they communicate with you? Do you have a familiar? Does it talk to you with their voice? Various things about whatever. You're thinking there should be a Pact Breaker subclass like Oathbreaker, but don't know what the theme would be. Romantic is an option. Yeah, romantic is an option. Because why wouldn't you want to bang your archfey sugar mama? That's all warlock patrons are. Sugar mamas and sugar daddies. And if you don't like that, I mean, deal with it. Let's see. Once a pact is made, a warlock's thirst for knowledge, blah blah blah. No one makes a pact with such a mighty patron if he or she doesn't intend to use the power thus gained. The demands of their patrons drive warlocks toward adventure. Okay. Like the Fae, your first child will be mine comic. Yeah, I like that comic. Horny warlocks? Yeah, fuck that. Warlocks can be horny. So can sorcerers. They're all charisma-based classes. Why are the bards the only ones that get to fuck dragons? You bet your ass there's gonna be a warlock that polymorphs himself into a dragon so they could get some awesome bangage done. Yeah, I said bangage. I don't actually see each of which is detailed at the end of the class description. Okay. Your patron is a mysterious entity whose nature is utterly foreign to the fabric of reality. It might come from the far realm, the space beyond reality, or it could be one of the elder gods known only in legends. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Great Old One might be unaware of your existence or entirely indifferent to you, but the secrets you have learned allow you to draw your magic from it. Might be unaware. Might be entirely indifferent. I don't see anywhere. There's a tweet. You were incorrect. You thought the text was in the book. It is not. There's a tweet about it from Jeremy Crawford, but I don't trust the man. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. And honestly, like, what is the difference between a cleric and their god and a warlock and their patron? Like, what is the actual difference? A cleric has to abide by the god's rules. They have to preach the god's name and, you know, basically follow what the god says. If they don't, they lose their power. Why wouldn't it be the same way for a warlock? The patron giving power due to horniness instead is funny. The warlock gets cool powers because they slept with some fae or something. Yeah, exactly. Warlocks are just edgy clerics. Yep, exactly. Exactly. So, I would say you absolutely can take away your warlock's powers. If they don't do what their patron wants them to do. That said, again, if you are going to take your warlock's powers away, why would you ever give them back? Right? Why would you ever give them back? That's just my point of view on it. It's one of those things. Like, gods and their clerics, yeah, sure. There's the repentance thing. Sent me a link to the tweet in question. Take it with a grain of salt. Okay, let's read this. Oh, Jeremy Crawford. So, the original question, I'll go ahead and just put it up here. The original question here was, is it possible for a warlock to lose the support of a patron, similar to a paladin oathbreaker, or B, for a warlock to switch patrons? Jeremy Crawford, game architect of Dungeons and Dragons at Wizard of the Coast, lead designer of the D&D Player's Handbook, and DM of Acquisitions Incorporated, says a D&D warlock isn't required to be on good terms with their patron. They made a magical transaction, and now the warlock has power. As for switching patrons, no rule allows it, but talk to your DM if there's a good story reason for to switch. Your DM may say yes. A D&D warlock isn't required to be on good terms with their patron. That's fine. I don't know why you would be on good terms with a fiend patron if you're trying to play a good warlock. You can play a good warlock and still be a fiend warlock. Okay? That's fine. They made a magical transaction and now the warlock has power. A magical transaction implies that there's give and take, right? But if the warlock takes the power but they're not giving their end of the bargain, that's no longer a transaction. This is how transactions work. There's no longer a transaction. And if there's no longer a transaction, if there's no longer a contract being upheld, that contract is then broken, and neither party has to uphold their side of it. So, funnily enough, I would say he didn't answer the first question. I'd say he didn't answer it. he went about it very politically and just kind of was like, this is how things are, but didn't actually address the question. A cleric gives faith, and the god may give powers just due to devotion. A warlock has terms and conditions, kind of the strictest of rules and whatnot. Yeah. Sacrifice those bad people's souls. Yeah, buddy, I'm a good guy. Yeah. He's very good at not actually answering the questions that he's asked. Yeah, I can see that. So he dodged the question and gave an answer that left it up to interpretation, which means there was no real answer. He might as well have just said, this last part, your DM might say yes. This is the only thing in that whole tweet that matters. Your DM might say yes. Sorry, talk to your DM. Your DM might say yes. That's the only thing. Q, could a warlock break their pact, and if so, can they remake the pact? Hey, a warlock can sure make pacts. Ask your DM. Exactly. Remember, players, rulings, not rules. Yeah. I would say, and I would play it at my table the same way I would run a cleric. If a cleric is going against what their god wants, the cleric's there's gonna be punishments. There's gonna be negative side effects to that. If a warlock is going against what their patron wants, there's gonna be negative side effects to that. And again, like that should kind of make sense. And then you're gonna have the people going, well, what about, you just said you can have good warlocks that are fiend warlocks. Well, fiends are evil. And it's like, yes, fiends are evil. But that doesn't mean that you can't be good while working for an evil person. What a good fiend warlock does is they find loopholes in the contract that they signed with this devil. They find ways around doing what their patron wants, and then they just go, well, I won this round, and then it's just a series of battles and constantly trying to outsmart one another, right? It all depends. And you know, it really is going to come down to the DM. It really is going to come down to the DM. And I know there are a lot of DMs out there that are very, very strict, and they're like, no, this is how it is. There's no way around this. You want to be a good fiend warlock? Well, you're still going to have to kill some people. And that's kind of shitty. Because it goes against what the player is actually trying to accomplish. Not to call anybody shitty, but that kind of situation is garbage, because you gotta remember that everybody at the table, DM and players, are there to have fun. And if you are intentionally trying to ruin somebody's character concept, you shouldn't be at that table. You have to book, food needs making. Honestly, you know what? It's probably a good time. And Tartan System, thank you for the follow. And I'm assuming the lurk. You know what, Meatball? That's a good point. I think it's about time that we end this. It's been 4 hours. And honestly, I'm really, really happy with everything that you guys have helped me come up with, because I could not have done this all without you guys. So Angry Meatball, Dogness, Shiz, Roxy, Kerf for the raid, and Sapphic Panic, I know he's not here, and just everybody. Thank you guys so much. That's a shame you came just at the end, but this seems pretty cool. Yeah, Tartan, not to pimp myself too much, but if you follow me on YouTube, I upload all of my D&D planning streams to my YouTube, because I don't ever want to lose any of that stuff. but I also do this every Monday, right about the same time. You don't know how to give ants the knowledge to work the grill. You know, I guess it just depends on the contract, doesn't it, Meatball? But makes sense. Same username. Yeah, and actually, if you just look at my like about info on Twitch, there's a link to my YouTube. And there's a link to actually everything, like our Discord. Thank you, Roxy, for using the Discord command. So there's our Discord if you want to stay in touch outside of the streams. I have my YouTube up there. I'm on Hover. I'm on Twitter if you want to stay somewhat up to date to when I'm going to be streaming. I need to use my Twitter more often, but boy, with Elon Musk trying to buy the whole thing, it makes me want to use Twitter less. But yeah, lots of ways for you guys to be able to follow me, keep in touch with me. If you do, great. I greatly appreciate it. If not, I completely understand. When am I streaming next? Shiz, are we gonna do our Soul Link tonight? And Roxy wants to see the kitties. I don't know where they are right now. The windows are open. Yeah, okay. Same time, Shiz? At like 8:30 my time, so 9:30 you. You down? So yeah, if that's what we're doing, I'll be back online in like 3.5 hours. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'll be back online in like 3.5 hours, doing our Pokemon Emerald Soul Lock, so Soul Link Nuzlocke with the Shiz. You'll beat 4th gym. I hope so, Roxy. You have an elongated muskrat shifter as a BBEG. He owns an emerald mine for saves. Jesus. Sounds weird, Darkness. But yeah, so I think we're gonna call it for right now anyway. Follow me or don't. Either way, I appreciate just having you guys here. Elon Musk reference. Elon. Oh, I get it. Sorry, that went over my head, Dogness. As usual, I do like to raid. I do like to try to spread the love. Do you guys want to stay D&D related? Because we can stay D&D related. Although I don't know who's doing what. If we stay D&D related, it's going to be a lot of folks. Actually, you know what? Let's make a subclass. Ooh. This one actually kind of sounds cool. Ugh, ads. This one actually sounds kind of cool. So let's go ahead and rate him. So it is gonna be Cinder Block Sally and an HP. Holy shit, HP! Thank you for the Prime sub. Seriously, you guys, today's been great. It's been a good day. And you guys just make it that much better. I greatly appreciate that, HP. Yeah, I'll say it again. If you guys are interested, feel free to join the Discord. Stay in touch with us outside of the stream. We do like to share our homebrew and stuff like that over there as well. But let's go ahead. Let's raid Cinder Block Sally. Looks like he's creating a new subclass for D&D. And I'm actually kind of interested in seeing that. So we will go ahead and do that. Hopefully I see you guys in like 3.5 hours for our Soul Linked Nuzlocke. If not, then I will see you whenever. Bye.